this channel.
That's Matt.
Oh,
Matt.
yeah. We're gonna have to not have him here.
Sorry, Matt. You need to die.
Yeah.
Gave him the boot real quick.
Oh, we're live.
Are we live?
Sorry. No, you're not, Hunter.
We
You're
are
really
live,
not.
yes.
Oh. Ain't that fancy.
Are live. We're live, everybody. I gotta go into the Zweihander chat and post some excellent Bobos. Bobo.
Here we go.
Window I forgot to open. I knew that.
There. Now I think only admins can probably join these, so. And of course, pull people into it, but yeah.
All right.
All right.
We are live. Let's get these two down here. Get rid of this.
Oh, Hunter did. Where is the thing?
You okay? Yeah,
Mm-mm.
didn't think so.
Nope. Everything's on fire. Yay. Everything's on fire when you do lots of
That's
drugs.
not how you spell beauty, Cody. What am I doing?
Drugs, yeah. Everybody, don't do drugs. It's really, really bad.
It's not
Or
entirely
do.
true.
I don't care. It's your life.
Okay. Hello, everybody.
Hello. Hi.
Started with Kate.
We are back with some more Scarlet Sash stories. Mainline campaign. And it's been 5 weeks.
Ew, gross, Cody.
5 weeks from the last time we did one of these, I think, right? Or maybe just 4.
I think
I
it's
think it's
4,
been
but
4.
I could be wrong.
I feel like it's been like
I
8,
think it's 4
honestly.
because what
This would be
previously-
technically the 5th week, I guess.
It has been 4 weeks of no mainline because we took
Yeah.
1 week off and then we did 3 weeks of interlude, and here we are.
Here we are now. Entertain us.
Yeah, so we are joined today by a new cast member who I guess technically not new since he was part of the 3-part interlude story.
Yeah, it
But-
was.
In the bottom right below the Roll20 screen, we have Mr. Ignacio joining
Pointing the
us.
wrong way, Cody.
Hey, everyone.
Yeah, from the southern hemisphere, Argentina,
Yeah.
which is crazy. And
Disappointed you didn't botch that.
no, I remember.
Good job. Proud of you.
And we also have 4 other people who are all familiar faces to those of you who've been watching us. Let me look. Actually, I need to unblock this real quick. We have Nate at the top,
That's not me.
Topher below him, Cody on the bottom left, Chris next to Ignacio, and Ignacio on the bottom right. And of course, myself up here in the upper right corner. I am Hunter, your faithful, loving game master for the Scarlet Sash stories.
Is that up for
And
debate?
no, actually it's not.
Okay.
As the game master, that is GM Fiat right there. So, a few things to do before we start. It's been forever since we've played this campaign, so we're going to be doing some recapping. We need to we should quickly visit our safety tools real quick since we have a new player, and it's been forever since we played with this group. And then we're gonna go. We're gonna be playing for about 4 hours. So starting from 9 o'clock, we were like 10 minutes late because I'm just terrible at this.
Yes.
And so we will play until 1 a.m. Central Time, and we will take a few breaks in the middle. And so starting about 10 minutes from now, we will jump right back into Scarlet Sash Stories, where we left off with the Orc's Night. But before we do that, does anybody have anything, any concerns, any topics or anything that we need to add to our safety tool? Ignacio, we went over this very briefly for the interlude, but really the only thing that we strive to forever always avoid, there will never be any non-consensual sexual activity in any form in our games, with players, with NPCs, in the story, none of that. But that is, so far, the only topic that we have added to our ban list for our safety tool. All right.
Okay.
So, with that,
Not that Celine hasn't tried to have lots of sexual activity.
yeah, she has always asked first.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's not been super positive most of the time.
Yeah. So, since it has been such a long time, we should do a recap. I think Cody was already nominated before we went live.
He
Yeah.
offered.
He's
To-
nominated every week.
to give a recap. I can help fill in any gaps since it has been
Yeah.
4
Is this
weeks.
from episode 0 or what we did last time?
We could do a brief from episode 0 and then
Okay.
a more
Specific.
specific
like
last
a
episode.
3-sentence recap.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. I'll try to keep it brief. So for anyone who's just tuning in to Scarlet Sash Stories, the crew here, the Mean Girls plus Heart, is a series of individuals who have, for one reason or another, been thrown into jail and have been conscripted into a sort of a penal military force where we will, in theory, be forgiven of our crimes after we serve a military service. This is particularly bad for us right now because it seems like the world might be ending right now. There was a giant chaos meteor that basically fell. It's, people call it the star falling. And so a huge portion of the continent is considered sort of no man's land with chaos and monsters running rampant. And we are sort of cannon fodder, suicide force sent in to sort of scout and solve problems before the real soldiers get there. So that's sort of the overall what we've been doing. We've gone on a few missions. We fought a spider horse. We fought the cowtipede. It's been a lot of spooky nonsense. And that is sort of inevitably what led us to the mission that we are on right now, which is hunting down an Orc's Night. So this Orc's Night that we're hearing about is sort of a orcs with an extra arm on one hand, and he's got like some spooky owl bear mount that he rides around on. But he is intelligent and he's not overly aggressive.
Oh no.
He's doing his best to sort of take what he needs, and he challenges people to duels rather than just killing them outright. So after we discovered that, we also found out that the individual who is currently running sort of a local refugee camp asked us to bring the orcs to him so that his son could face it in a one-on-one duel. Despite our best efforts to convince him otherwise, it seems like that's what's going to happen because the family are a bunch of idiots and jackasses, and frankly, the refugees they're looking over don't much care for them either. So the current idea that we had as of the end of last time after finding and communicating with this orcs knight is that we are going to attempt to bring him back into camp, allow this sort of one-on-one duel to take place. We fully expect that the orcs knight is going to kick the ass of this noble's son, and
Easily.
if they start to try and cheat with other guards moving in or crossbows or something like that, we've basically agreed to help the mutant creature out to make sure that at the bare minimum he gets a fair duel, he gets a fair shake, and we're gonna try and just convince the refugees to follow along with doing what we think is basically the right thing. So yeah, that's the powder keg that we're about to walk into, and we're gonna see just how badly it explodes, because it could go really pear-shaped or it could go perfectly fine. And it's probably going to come down to one or two challenging roles, either in defending this guy and probably in giving a leadership sort of check of some kind.
Yeah, so there did you mention that even before like the here's my pen.
Sort of the underlying scheme with like the other people that we've met? Or?
Yeah. So there's already some tension among the refugees living at the estate and the royal family and sort of their like employees.
Yeah.
Cuz like the royal family has obviously like let these refugees into this very fine, safe estate. But they're also, the royal family refuses to like provide supplies for people to like leave and go like down to Lumerlin where our characters are from and like escape from this cursed land that they've found themselves in. And also
he told us that
go
if
ahead.
we didn't help him out, that if we didn't do what this royal sort of, or not royal, but this noble told us to do, that he would fight the forces of the country that we're from, who would be coming in here to basically lock it down militarily and protect all of the, refugees and civilians, presumably with less conditions than what we're seeing right now.
Yeah. And so the royal family, especially the patriarch, has been really obsessed with this Orcs Knight guy because a lot of his kids have died to like being killed by the Knight. And so he has really like devoted a lot of time and effort to this idea, where it could have been maybe better spent, helping the refugees and making a plan to like get people to Lumerlin or something like that. And so there is a faction among the refugees who tried to recruit our Sash bearers in a plot to basically overthrow the royal family and their employees.
Yeah.
And so it's this whole like melting pot of shit that they're bringing this Orcs Knight into to hopefully serve out a trial by combat sentence.
And the hope is that if we do have to basically take on the guards of this noble to protect this orcs, hopefully we can convince at least some of the sort of refugees to assist us in this overthrow if need be.
Yeah. So our intrepid heroes are doing their best to toe the finest of lines between doing what they think is right and doing what is requested of them, and it will be very interesting to see how it all pans out. And so that brings us to the campsite.
You didn't happen to cover anything with the interlude at all, did you, in that recap?
Cody wasn't there, so he has no idea, and I don't think he
Okay.
watched it because he's a bad friend.
Just a side note for anybody watching: the last couple of weeks, we had a 3-episode interlude that told a prelude of how the star actually fell. So if you're interested in that, go watch that too.
Yeah, so some backstory and more intrigue on what happened in Voshek Tadberg to cause the meteor to fall and effectively destroy the world.
Well, the
Very,
world's pretty
very
fine
cool.
right now.
Yeah,
Very cool finale.
destroy
Destroy
the country of Voshek Tadberg and possibly spread and infect the rest of the world. It was very fun. Ignacio was part of that. Topher and Nate were also part of that.
And Chris.
Chris was not.
Chris was
Oh,
not.
Chris
that
was
Yeah.
not. No.
Nikki.
Yeah,
Nikki was
Yep.
part of
yeah.
it.
That was
Nikki
Nikki.
and Ignacio and Matt. Matt was part of that.
Yep.
But he is currently in the chat, being an awesome, helpful man,
Yes. He
posting.
linked the Discord.
Yeah, the Discord for Fiends and Friends, which is us.
Good guy, Mert.
Yeah, that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that.
So
There it is again.
here we go. Episode 12 of the Scarlet Sash Stories, a production brought to you by Fiends and Friends in partnership with the official Zweihander RPG Twitch channel and the wonderful people at Grim and Perilous Studios. So yeah,
Let's do it.
the party as it is now is Celine, Hart, Nabeen, and Cody's character, who's named Lillian, and Trish, who is sort of tagging along as an empty shell of a character.
An empty
Pretty
husk of a
common.
woman.
Yeah, just
Pretty
like
sure the
After her
racism was just kind of.
it was
Yeah.
her
taken
only
over.
personality trait, and now
Yep.
that it's gone, she is
Yep.
empty.
I mean, I don't think it's gone, but
a few more bucket
One,
hits.
one
Yeah.
bucket's all it
Andy,
takes.
if we sacrifice her.
Yeah?
Yeah.
We did offer to sacrifice Jordan's character. So where we had left off more specifically is right after you guys had convinced Welker, the Orc's Knight, to come back to the estate. And so you guys had all made camp together. Celine had tried and failed to make sexual advances on
Yeah.
Welker. He didn't even understand what she was trying to do, and so therefore declined, unfortunately.
sad day for Celine.
And yeah, so is there anything that you guys wanted to do with Welker, either that night of camping or on the way back to the estate in the morning?
I want to kill him. No, I'm just kidding. I should probably
I want
pay
to
attention
scowl
what's
at
going on.
him.
Yeah,
Do it,
so
kill him.
Nabeen got very fucked up during
She
the
deserved it.
encounter with Welker. She tried to earn her audience with the knight, and unfortunately rolled a critical failure on her handgun, and then she got pinned by the giant owlbear mount, and then continued to try and earn her audience with her sword, right? And got socked in the face so hard that she actually got a concussion.
I'm a mantis, man. We don't back down.
Yeah, and so
You do pass out.
two wonderful attempts that both unfortunately failed.
She's like a Pokemon. She faints, comes right back.
Yeah,
Exactly.
spray a
I
little
don't know.
potion on her.
Yeah.
Little
Alright,
Poke
Pokemon.
Center heal. She's fine.
Pokemon, don't go to sleep. You have a concussion. Don't
Yeah.
go to sleep.
Yeah.
Wake up! Magical.
You guys you just hear her taking concussion damage as you're walking back to the estate, like the screen flashes. Exactly. So yeah, you for any specific, questions or topics or anything that you want to discuss with Welker, or any actions you want to take before you arrive back at the estate.
I think we explained to him what was probably
Yeah.
gonna happen.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So I guess I would
But I-
mostly just be talking with him about ways to prepare.
Okay. And he definitely like kind of gets it, like this idea of people are really mad at you and this is supposed to be like a, you know, a bringing to justice sort of thing.
Because he understood that he had done wrong.
Yeah, so he knew, like,
Oh.
you know, I was forced to steal from caravans and stuff like that.
Celine taught him to hunt. I remember that, and he
Oh,
was
yeah.
Kind of.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
because he had told you guys that his food had always come from boxes, and so that's where he went to go find his food, even out here in the countryside. And then when Celine showed him that you can find food by killing animals or eating berries or whatever,
He lost his mind.
yeah, he was very impressed and very pleased because his sort of main motivation that you guys understood was the protection and raising of his owlbear mount, and I believe he told you 2 or 3 other younger
brood,
ones.
Yeah.
So he has a brood of these owlbear creatures. Technically, in this system, they are called howl bears with an H at the front.
And they're very
But why?
spooky.
I believe the word
chaos
owlbear
tinted.
is actually
probably-
trademarked.
Yeah,
Really?
Yeah.
just like how Hobbit is trademarked.
Yeah.
Huh.
And so yeah, howl bear.
Despite Celine being one, it's so weird.
Yeah, it's odd. But yeah, so you guys will make your way downtown, walking fast.
Faces pass.
No.
Faces
no.
pass.
And we're homebound.
And go ahead, because you're a good ways out from the estate. You traveled north along a creek and eventually found Welker. I believe he was in the process of like opening some boxes to get some food out when you
I
found
think
him,
so.
having just raided.
I just want to know
caravan.
if these are trees.
Those are
should all-
tents.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So here, I'll give you a brief rundown because you weren't here, Topher. What was that, Nate?
Set up the music.
Oh yeah. I actually don't
Just,
think we
just about 'em.
have.
I just
Really?
thought somebody had drawn really poor trees.
Oh, I thought we had music. If not,
We have the music from the.
oh.
But yeah, I've never had music for the mainline story.
I didn't even realize that.
If anyone would like to have music that I listen to, just look up the Witcher exploration tracks on YouTube.
Oh,
they're
no.
they're very aesthetic.
Yeah.
You have
So
to look them up on your own,
That's
though.
trademarked.
yeah. So
No, but
you're.
they can look it up on their own. It's like when people do those like press play on your movie at this time and we'll be doing commentary over here and you just do it
Yeah.
at the same time.
Yeah. So, all the music that we have to use for the stream has to be royalty free. And I haven't had the time or made the time to find royalty free music for this particular campaign.
I got you, pal. For next time.
Yeah, and so if you want to listen to music while you're watching, Cody is right. The Witcher soundtrack, very fitting. Or any other sort of fantasy style stuff. Okay, so Topher. We are all on this map, right? I put you here. Sweet. Starting from the south, this is the sort of curved, beautiful driveway where people will bring their carriages and tie their horses and stuff. Then there are 2 wings on either side and a grand entry hallway, and then we make our way here. This is all like enormous, opulent, like entertaining space. So there's this hallway that makes a big T intersection, and there's like tea rooms and ballrooms and dining rooms and all kinds of fancy nonsense in this first area. Then it splits off into 2 more wings on the east and west, and then there's this big open courtyard in the middle. And this is in the courtyard is where all of the refugees have basically brought in their carts and their tents and anything they could carry on their back from fleeing their various towns, and have set up a sort of de facto camp, a makeshift camp here in the center, in the protection of the estate building. And then back here is where all of the living quarters for the rich family is back here. Yeah, and so it's basically this like juxtaposition of like absolute desperate squalor of whatever you can carry on your back, surrounded by this ridiculous like opulence. And so that's the current state of things at the estate. And that's where the players left, and that's where you guys are headed back to with Welker in tow.
This for now, bro.
Celine, were you guiding the party?
Yeah, she'll guide the party.
Okay, so go ahead and do a survival. This will be
Survival or
our...
navigate?
Oh, either way, either one. I keep forgetting that navigate is a skill.
I mean, if I can use either one, if anyone has either one, assist me.
As far as I know, you've always been the only...
Yeah.
I'm the only useful
I
one. out in
can't
the
help it.
wild.
Oh wait,
You're
that's
the-
Nimbus.
You're the
Yeah.
only woodsman.
I'm the only useful one out in the wild.
I don't know, useful.
I'm the only useful one out in the wild.
All right. Well, the next time we run into spider zombies in the wild, you fight.
Oh, I will. I'll sit back and magic missile. There's a posture check. Nerds, check your posture.
I did.
I'm standing
Good.
up.
I want a standing desk so bad.
Any modifiers since I've come
just-
through this way or anything?
Yeah, plus 10 for
Hell,
knowing the area.
Don't worry, I'm gonna fuck. Hey, holy shit,
Hey,
guys.
you did it.
We're off to a good start, especially compared to Blades in the Dark. That was
Yeah.
a horrible start.
Blades in the Dark, that was surprisingly bad.
That game
Three
hated me.
ones on a
Yep.
on a 3d6 roll.
And then my next roll was 2 dice, and I got a 1 and a 2. We were off to a strong start, let me tell
It
you.
was nice.
You
So Celine follows her tracks back through the muddy creek bed, and then basically takes the group back pretty much the exact way that they came out, just to be sure that you don't get lost, you don't come across anything unexpected, and the trip takes probably half the day like it did on the way out. You guys were slowed down a little bit on your way out, trying to track down exactly where Welker was. But you come back, and coming from the north, you crest a hill and see through the trees the estate building. And it's not on fire. There's no great chaos or calamity or anything as far as you can tell, which is a good sign, because it was sort of not guaranteed upon leaving that you would come back and things would be the same as they were. And so you meander your way back around the bend through this lush and fertile river valley, and make your way to the entrance of the estate down here.
And we need to take
at
up
the
a
south.
guard formation around this guy.
Yeah, so even as you are approaching, people standing outside this southern entrance, they begin to react as you are coming up. Just to again reiterate that Welker sent his mount off with some food to take it back to the brood somewhere in the wilderness. And so he is without his mount, but he still paints an absolutely just like enormously intimidating figure, being roughly 7 feet tall, covered in patchwork armor that he has scavenged off of all of these various knights and heroes that he has killed, 3 arms, 2 on the right, 1 on the left, and a giant lance slung across his back that he uses both in mounted and dismounted combat. Let's see. We don't have a token yet for Nacho's character because Nacho is here right now. But let's make a token for Welker real quick.
And let's just post up in like a square around him, like Mito for Nabeen and
That's a line.
Nate, or Nate and Nabeen and
Celine?
I'm just reading Nate's name says Morgue of the Cold Savagery. He needs to update.
Oh,
what?
Yeah, you
Oh,
must
I
be on the
changed,
the wrong sheet.
I forgot. I
Um,
changed it in like my talking, but not this.
Yeah, but that should help. That should help people feel like the situation is marginally under control.
Yeah, so Welker is the red dot. Do you guys have him like tied up or manacled or anything like that?
As long as his weapon is on his back, I don't think it's necessary.
It is on his back.
Yeah, I think if we're walking around him in that sort of like traditional like guard formation stance, you know, the like prisoner transport walk, that sort
Yeah.
of thing.
Like
I think
what?
that
Two on
that's
each,
probably
two on each
fine.
side, one in front, one in back, sort of thing.
Exactly.
Okay. So you guys arrive, and immediately a person goes running into the estate. And the other 2 guards out here, they motion for you to stop and say, halt! You can't bring that monster in here just yet. Master Savang will come out, and he will decide what to do with it.
Where did he leave his mount exactly?
Ways
He's
off.
still here.
Yeah,
Okay.
he sent it off. As far as you know, he commanded it to take food back to the young ones.
Okay.
Yeah. In case he doesn't come back.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And so you guys all arrive here. Why can't I move this token? There we go. And it is you can feel the tension among these guards at the front just as they're eyeing Welker standing among you, and Welker sort of standing awkwardly, sort of like you can tell that he hasn't been around people in any other situation besides like killing them for like ever. And so he's out of his element. He's kind of like shifty-eyed, looking around nervously.
I will do my best to ease him. Just be like, stand proud, soldier.
Give me a roll for that. What are you gonna?
Yeah. I could do a leadership one. That's my go-to normally.
I could see leadership.
Yeah,
A
I'll
flat
do that.
a flat leadership. Nice.
That's a critical success.
Yeah, it's a critical success. He looks to you and sort of adjusts his many pieces of armor and relaxes just a little bit. And Mr. Savang, Lord of the House, emerges from the front door with his eldest son and some guards in tow. And he looks upon Welker and looks upon the 4 of you, and he says, "Well, I'm surprised that you succeeded, but I am pleased." And he glares at Welker, and he says, "That thing will have to stay in a cell until we can clear an area for the duel."
Certainly. How long do you expect it will be?
Well, we'll have to clear somewhere in the courtyard. That will involve moving some tents and carts. I suspect that by tomorrow morning we can easily have a suitable battlegrounds for this creature to die.
Lynn's gonna chuckle and like do like I just said. So
If you want, we could just kill your son today and save you all the time, and then you don't have to clear any space.
she's got a concussion
Same.
behind her. She got
She
hit
has
by
a
it
concussion.
All
And when you say that, the son, Polani,
Jackass Jr.
he chuckles a little bit and he says, "I told you, Father, these ruffians seem so convinced that I'll be bested, but I think maybe we can give them a good surprise." And the eldest scoffs and spits on the ground. He says, "I don't care about a show. I just want it dead."
All right. Well, let's escort the prisoner to his cell until he can face justice.
All right. And so the entire crowd, the Savangs, the guards, you guys, and Welker, parade through the estate, and you pass through. Let's see, where's my pointer? You pass through like these hallways, go to the left, pass through this wing, and he takes you back here, to the sort of the living quarters. Oh, why is that moving? And you see they have fashioned a makeshift cell out of like what is the word I'm looking for? I keep wanting to say cellar, but cellar is a pantry.
Okay.
Over here in this back corner has been reinforced with bars and has a like a deadbolt lock and everything, and a little
Yeah, to keep the peasants out of the food. In
Exactly.
Case they start starving.
a little window and everything. And he will instruct you guys to place the monster in the cell and lock it up, and that he will post guards outside, from his own employees to protect the cell while preparations are being made.
I'll be sure to insert myself as a guard as well.
I was gonna say, and I think that Hart should eye on him as well. Since Hart seen last time I talked to Hart, he was very dedicated to anything I told him to do.
Jesus.
I
Demons in
figure.
his blood. I'm telling you, we gotta set him on fire again. I'm gonna stick with that.
So when you do this for me, Hart, stand watch over. Forgot his name.
Welker?
Okay.
Welker.
Come on. Gosh.
I'll do anything for you, Lady Lillian.
See, told you,
Lady.
demons in the blood.
Man, haven't had a
I
title in
just, like-
quite some time.
Look at all of them and I'm just like, what is happening?
So as you guys are parading through the estate, Nacho, your character, Nesgrin, you see this happen because you are currently staying. We'll make you a token, and we'll make her find you one for reals for next session.
Oh, is he a refugee?
He.
She is Mrs.
Oh,
Yeah.
she.
Nesgrin.
Yeah, come on.
So
Isn't
you'll.
that the guy from Jurassic Park?
What?
Yeah, Dennis Nesdrin.
That's Nedry.
Yeah, Nedry.
I know. I was making a
Oh
joke.
my
goddamn.
gosh. It
Am I
was,
not allowed to make jokes?
it was really good.
bad.
We all laughed.
I'm trying. I can't think of the guy from Harry Potter. I was gonna use his name. 'cause I
Neville
think it's
Longbottom.
Neville.
No,
yeah.
not quite the same, but it was close, and I was gonna try and use that. No, no, you're thinking Nesbin from Harry Potter. You know, Mr. Longbottom.
Yeah.
Yeah, Nesbin Longbottom.
Yeah, that guy.
And so you are surprised, Nesgrin, to see 5 individuals also wearing scarlet sashes because you.
Oh.
Wait. Girl.
Right.
It's still Heart and the Mean Girls. Got
Yeah,
it.
it's
Yeah.
still Heart and the Mean Girls.
Yeah, we have only
Oh
ever
my God.
had one male character in the entirety of the mainline story.
The main Sash
Yeah.
stories.
That is
As it
true.
should be.
And Nesgrin has a tale to tell herself, but she sees the five of you and this enormous, horrifying orcs monster come parading through, and is surprised and intrigued to see sash bearers here at the estate. And so you guys, you successfully lock up Welker, and so you guys are going to try and interject yourselves as guards.
Yep.
Savang Sr. flatly refuses.
That's a shame.
He says, my employees on my payroll are who I trust and who will be seeing to this matter. You have fulfilled your part of the deal and do not need to be worrying about...
Hart uses his angriest dwarf of the mountain voice and
God.
says, with an intimidate roll,
All right.
you have no idea what you're dealing with. We should definitely be here to assist you.
I like it.
Come on, Heart.
That's a good
Oh,
roll.
fuck
Ooh.
yeah. Off to a strong start tonight.
And he looks
Three
at...
checks in a row.
He looks at you. He looks at the group. He looks to Savang Jr. He lets out a big sigh and he says, fine. One of you can post with the guards. The rest of you do what you will, but I don't need you all getting in the way of my employees or the functions
Hart-
of this estate.
Hart's mean demeanor melts, and he looks at Lillian and says, which of us would you prefer, milady?
Oh, God.
I think I could use Celine's assistance with another task I have in mind.
I shall stay here then.
Oh, God, Heart.
It's a weird. I've never RP'd like this before.
Please just gotta lead over to you. I hate this.
You might be right about the demons and the blood.
I told you, but no one ever believes me.
Don't worry, I'm trained to do an exorcism.
Somebody better be.
Oh yeah, you literally have the ritual
He
exorcism.
sees Lillian and Celine whispering, and he says, "Is something wrong?"
No, everything's fine. No, it's great.
Yep.
Oh goodness. Yeah. So if there's nothing else, I'm fine to go. If I have something else I would like to try and do. Celine, do you happen to be any good at rumors?
I think that's actually one I was going to get rid of, but that I haven't yet. It was one I was gonna get rid of. I have a. Let me see here. I've got a pretty good roll for it, I think.
So we'll
is
say
rumor.
as you guys are figuring this out that
I've got a 45.
the five of you, since Hart has been given a later shift as a guard, you sort of worked it out with the employees and everything, and they begrudgingly are like, okay, you can come by in a few hours and stand guard as well. The five of you sort of scatter into the estate and the refugee camp and everything. Nesgrin, you are free to approach any one of them or any group, as well as all of you eventually are going to see Nesgrin also has a Scarlet Sash.
Mm-hmm.
So what were you two plotting real quick?
I was gonna say, what did you want?
Yeah. So here's the thing. At a certain point, we're going to be trying to convince a bunch of people here to side with an orcs.
Yeah.
I figure we might be able to stack the deck on that decision a little bit if we can spin a little thread, get a little gossip going about how our interaction with him actually went. That way, I mean, if there's anything I've learned about every single peasant that we've encountered so far is that they are here for the gossip, they're here for the stories, they will repeat what they've been told. So I want to spread this rumor to people in the group here.
Hart offers, I'd be happy to speak with some people, and Hart has rumor as a skill as well.
Oh,
So you can
nice.
try and talk to some of the guards as well, some of the ones that you're on watch with.
I don't know how well that'll go since they're so loyal in the payroll, but it doesn't hurt. You never know. One might.
I say one less guard to deal with is good for us. My hope is that we can, at the very least, compel enough people to do nothing when things start to go bad.
Sure.
I also have rumor as a skill.
Damn.
Oh hell yeah.
Okay,
Cool.
so do you all 4 have rumor?
I do not.
Okay.
Well, rumor
But I still have a 45.
rumor is not a required
It's not a trained
point
one.
skill.
Correct.
Okay.
Trained
Yeah.
skill.
So-
But I
You
also
do still
have-
need to know it to assist with people.
Yeah.
I
I
also
want
have,
someone specifically to assist me.
yeah, but I also have points in it. So
So let's divide up. Let's divvy the territory. Hart will rumor the guards.
Yeah.
Lillian and Nabeen and Celine, you guys can divide up among like the refugees, among the other employees of the house, among you could pick like a specific group. Like there was Ollie, the sort of leader of this underground.
I was gonna say I want to focus on the refugee leadership.
Okay, so there was Ollie, who is the leader of like the sort of underground like revolutionary movement, and then there was Aleka, who was the sort of the de facto like mayor of the little town that has been established in the courtyard. So they have similar influence, but in different ways.
I think that the underground one would be more likely to just join us anyway.
Okay.
I think the mayor is the one that's like more like would be harder to convince them to participate in potentially violence protecting this orcs and ourselves.
Okay.
So I think they're the ones that I am more concerned with, and if I can't do both.
We
Okay.
want to do that. If you want to have a better shot at guaranteeing that, I could go with you, or Nabeen and one of you could assist me, because then it's still like the double roll, basically. Because I still have a 45 in it.
Yeah.
It's almost like the 50%, but
Yeah, because I will actually have a 78
Jesus
to my
Christ.
roll.
So if anybody should assist me, it's Nabeen.
Yeah.
I'll assist you.
Okay,
So-
so we've decided that Hart will rumor the guards, and Celine and Nabeen will rumor who?
I assume the underground.
The underground guy?
probably-
I think. Do you want to do the like other peasants and stuff, or the underground? Because you think Cody said he thinks that the underground is probably going to join us just to get out from under these assholes.
I mean, if we're gonna do two, we should probably do both of them because I don't think that the like the wait staff and the like cooks.
Yeah, like
they're
the
not
cook,
they're
the
not
wit
a huge
butler.
group
Yeah.
Yeah.
comparably.
I mean, we could still all 3 split if we don't
They're
want to
also
worry about the assistant.
not
Just
a-
try and get as many people as possible.
those are also
So-
typically aren't combat rolls. So
Yeah,
they're
but
not
they
gonna put
so
up
they
a
would
fight.
have, in terms of benefit, they would have higher access. So like
Mhm.
keys and secrets
Yeah.
and whatever. But
I'm more
definitely
concerned that it's gonna be like a heat of the moment decision, and I want to stack the deck for that decision when it happens,
Sure.
if it happens.
Let's go ahead and generate our tokens real quick, because I suspect there will be at least one failure.
Yeah, so I
Oh,
think
no.
having an
I never
having an
thought about
assist
them
for
like
it,
that. Right here.
having an assist for Nate is probably the statistically best chance of success on 3 separate rolls.
There's 5 of you. Okay, one more.
What would be your rumor roll, Chris?
If I'm reading things right, it would be because it's well, what's the stat that it builds on?
Fellowship. Yeah.
Okay, then yeah, it'd be 55.
Oh yeah. So
And can you help her if you're not don't have a point
no,
in it?
she would have to help me, or I
Okay.
could just go off by myself, and we can just try and get all 4, depending on how many fate points we want to attempt to use on shiz. So.
Mm-hmm.
And you can use a fate point to re-roll an assist roll as well if you want.
Yeah. But it's also one of those things. Just, yeah.
I would
If
rather
somebody
save the
critical
points
fails-
for the actual speech itself, but
Yeah. If somebody critically fails,
Yeah.
there's not a lot we can do. So, because the assist roll will not override a fail.
what would a
So-
crit? What does a crit fail? What would a crit fail do for a rumor check?
There would be
Trying to get
consequences,
this.
like maybe immediately sort of turning them against your position, or perhaps inspiring like more drastic action or something. Like if you went around and were like, oh, like we had this really good interaction with this orcs and you critically failed, then people could be like, oh, like these sash bearers are under
Yeah, they're
some
like,
weird
okay,
spell
yeah.
or something, or they're
Or
like,
they're just
Sure,
orc
sure.
lovers.
yeah, or they're like in league, or this is some weird Lumerlin plot, like we don't know what's going on here.
Fucking orcs sympathizers, I tell you.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I personally think the best idea is 3 separate roles with, I suppose, you assisting, or Nabeen assisting you, right? Because
Yeah.
yours is almost the same role.
I'm like 10 below just because I don't actually have rumor.
Yeah, but the full reroll will make up more than 10 statistical
Yeah.
difference, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
All right.
All right.
So who goes first?
I'll go first.
I was
All
gonna say,
right.
just have Cody. He's got
So
the best shot.
you approach Aleka Fulmajak, the de facto mayor of the refugees of the Savang estate, and she is currently in the process of like negotiating between two like feuding families about people are like accusing each other of taking food or like encroaching on campsites, and it's some minor detail. And right as you walk up, she seems to have resolved it pretty, at least beneficially for both parties. They all three seem fine as they depart ways, and she turns around and sees you approach. She says, "Oh, you're back. And not dead."
Yeah. Have you heard the news around camp already or not?
I have been so busy that
I believe it. Yeah.
So what you brought? Did you kill him, or did you bring him back?
We brought him back.
She
was-
sighs the most exasperated, like from her bones.
Her bones
Yeah.
are shaking.
She's like, okay, you brought him back. I suppose Mr. Savang is pleased.
Aleka, you gotta hear me out on this.
She's like, this better be good.
I know people have, out of the gate, refused to believe a lot of the crazy shit going on since the star started to fall. We've told stories that people wouldn't believe. And the craziest part is what I'm about to tell you isn't even the craziest thing we've seen. But the orcs, Welker, is very noble.
She like raises
And-
her eyebrows. She's like, did you give him a name?
No, he has a name. He introduced himself. We spoke to him. Anyone who was around could tell you, we brought him in here. We didn't have to tie him up. We didn't have to chain him. We explained the situation to him. He acknowledged that what he had done was wrong, and he was prepared to face the land's justice. if it weren't if this were the first orc, this would be crazy enough, but we've actually had something like this happen before. There's some weird stuff going on in I forgot the country.
Voshik Tadberg.
In Voshik Tadberg. But suffice to say, surprising as it may be, Welker's as much a person as we are.
All right, hit me with that rumor roll.
Yeah, you got it. Is this going to be modified at all?
This will be flat. This will be
Flat?
just no penalties, no.
Okay. So I do get a plus 20 because of my worldly, which is why my number is so high.
Yeah.
Whenever I'm spinning a thread or gossiping. Oh, you're fucking kidding me.
Use a fortune point of all.
Sure.
Yeah,
I'll
fortune point. Of all
use a
people,
fortune
you're
point.
most likely to succeed at this.
All right.
I'll use the fortune point.
Like, because this is definitely important.
There we go.
Nice.
There we go. Hell yeah.
And she looks at you, and there's a shift in her air of basically. Oh wait, I need to get this cat out of here. Last time he turned my power strip off. That would be really bad.
Rugen, you crazy some
Yeah.
gun.
Nope.
Oh, is
you
it
gotta go.
Rugen? I thought it was
Yeah,
Rogan. I'm good at
Rugen.
names.
Well, when you're extending it, it's spelled the same.
It's spelled with a U.
Oh.
All right, come
Well,
here.
sorry, I
Come
didn't
here.
realize he spelled it wrong.
Wrong.
There we go.
I fixed it.
So she looks at you and she sympathizes. She like takes it all in, and she says, "You know, despite how awful everything is here and how this situation has effectively ruined the lives of, she just like gestures to the courtyard. I have to say that I believe you. I was skeptical of an orc's knight to begin with. And I didn't want to think that my understanding of the world and monsters was being tested, but I have to say, it all kind of makes sense when you think about it. How else would you have an orcs on a mount terrorizing civilians and challenging people to duels? There has to be something more to it. And I thank you for coming to me with this. What is it, what I guess trial by combat is the best option here?
Frankly, I don't think so. If we lived in a just society, he would be jailed. He's capable of serving time, and honestly, everything I know about him shows that he is remorseful and penitent, but facing trial by combat, should he succeed, the rule of the land says that he's free to go. So,
and a look of worry crosses her face, and she's
and
like,
I'll reach my hand out before she starts talking. I'll say, we've already spoke to him about it. Should that come to pass, he has agreed to go into exile and leave the land. We've also communicated to him ways that he could avoid causing this kind of damage to people and communities ever again.
and she's like, I hadn't even thought about if he won. Oh no. What if he wins?
Well, if he wins, I believe everything will be fine as long as the duel is carried out honorably. He'll be free to go, and he'll leave, and you won't ever have to worry about it again.
And she says, I pray that you're right. And
then I'll put a hand on her shoulder and say, I pray every day, and frankly, I'm shocked at how often I am right.
And she's like, well,
Jesus Christ.
let's hope that this is one of those times.
Humble Lillian over here.
Hey, no one ever said I was a humble priest. If we're looking at this era, preachers walked around with the most gold of anyone in the town.
You're not wrong.
But yeah, after that, I'm gonna, if you'll allow me to just basically spend the rest of the day doing the same thing with that rumor roll, just people in that refugee community and sort of sowing this idea of this guy being a person.
Sure. Yeah. All right, then we have Topher with the guards and Celine.
Before that, since I wasn't here last episode, you guys mentioned earlier tonight that he was getting some food for children. Is he also doing good deeds as well, or are those his kids, or what was that all about?
It's his mount. His mount is that howl bear, and that howl bear has children.
The howl bear has
Little
babies.
pups.
Yeah, so
Little pups.
it's little bear cub.
His crimes per se is just that he's challenging people to duels.
Well,
Or their
he's
food,
he's killing
He's
people.
robbing people via duel.
Yeah.
He's like,
Yeah.
duel me for your food, or give me your food and leave.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which
Because
is
he didn't
yeah.
understand laws, or
laws,
how
yeah.
to feed himself.
Yeah.
Like I said, in a just world, he should go to jail or be put to death. But if they're going to test him with trial by combat, the law is if he wins, he's free to go. So, I'm trying to play into the rule of law in this universe to stack the deck in our favor.
Absolutely. So do we want to do the guards, or do we want to do the shady underground Ollie character?
I'm not on guard duty yet, right?
Technically not yet, but you could talk to ones that are not at the gate or not at the cell or whatever if you wanted, or we could wait till you are on duty.
We can do mine last, as if I'm going to like guard duty or whatever, and talk to other guards.
All right, so Celine and Nabeen, you seek out Ollie in his tent. And last time you saw him, he was trying to convince you guys to shank a bunch of royals in their house.
Excuse me, what?
This guy is a member of the refugee camp, and he believes that the best solution to the Orcs Knight problem is not to kill the Orcs Knight, but to kill the man who is obsessed with it. And so he was trying to recruit the Sash Bearers in his coup attempt to basically lend their arms to killing the noblemen and any family or employees that stand in the way. And then the refugees would take over the estate and run it themselves. And so we find ourselves in Ollie's shady tent somewhere near the edge of the camp, where he plots his plots and sends his messages. And he looks at the two of you with an appraising eye, and he says, I heard about what you did.
What do you know?
Brought that thing back here. I didn't think you had the balls.
I mean, it's real easy. He's actually, he'll talk to you if you can hit him. That's all you got to do. Really wasn't that hard, So
he lets out a very real, just deep laugh of just how ridiculous Celine saying he'll talk to you if you hit him. And he's like, I'm not even going to try and begin to understand what you're talking about. I have to say I was disappointed initially that you brought him back. But I think, this could play to our advantage if things, go the way that I think they're going to go.
Yeah, they probably are. I assume we're probably thinking the same thing, because, a fair, honest trial by combat, he has to come here where there's all these people around. Sounds totally fair.
And he's like, well, I suppose I don't have any direct quarrel with the orcs. Main concern here is making sure that the people here are taken care of.
So, Selena Beck, so let me tell you a little bit how it went down, and she'll start going into it. And when I say, like, he'll talk to you if you hit him, it's kind of like a matter of honor and pride, like a knight, He a bit uppity, if you ask me, but, once you showed him that you are worthy, which, was you fight him in proper combat and hit him once, and he stops. And he did. He lunged at me. He did like a jump and was going to strike me, and I hit him, and he immediately backed. He missed his swing, or like pulled his swing, stopped, and stepped back, and he started talking to me. However, he wouldn't talk to either of my compatriots until they did the same. And yeah, so
Naveen is like, eyes
she doesn't-
crossed.
a very quick
Like-
glance at Naveen.
Yeah, like tooth coming out. I tried.
And so it's odd because he's almost like a giant man-child. He it's like, I can't believe I ever met somebody like this, because it was like talking to a child. He legitimately thought food only came from boxes, because that's literally only where he saw it from. I went and taught him how to hunt and forage and find these things, and it was like teaching a child about things like this,
And he looks at you and he's like,
And he's really in the same straits you are. I don't know what the hell just happened with my accent, but
that's all right.
the same straits you are. You're trying to make sure your people are fine. He's trying to take care of his de facto family.
And he looks at the two of you and he's like, I don't know where in the hell an orcs is going to be getting food from boxes or have a family, but you're going to need to make a pretty damn good rumor roll if you want me to believe this.
Okay.
An NPC just looking at you.
Yeah,
You're gonna have to
just
roll
like-
real hard for this shit.
Yep. Breaks the fourth
That's-
wall.
Do better than I did.
Okay, so rumor, any positives or negatives?
Nope, just flat. All of these people are. Oh shit! Look at that.
Let's go.
Oh yeah.
So this is
It's coming back this weekend. Let's go.
yeah. So this is what's happening. Nate can only roll ones. So when we were playing Blades in the Dark,
Yeah.
that was a bad thing, and now when we're playing Zweihander, it's a very good thing.
I'm surprised.
Then-
Normally it sticks to not necessarily the numbers, it sticks to bad. Bad.
The NPC is like, you better roll real good, and Nate's
Yep.
like, how about a 1?
How about
about
the best possible roll?
Celine gets down on the ground, rolls a dice in front of him.
Yep.
Oh, Celine's got to spin it like some great tale and like just be honest about it, basically.
Yeah, so he as the two of you are regaling him with your past, 48 hours, he sits back, takes out a pipe and lights it, starts to puff on it and he like gets into it as you get to the part of like teaching him how to hunt and everything. He's like, no shit. And at the end of it, he believes you. He's like, I don't know, ever since that damn star fell, things have been possibly not as good as they could be. But if the world's changing like it is, and suddenly orcs are knights, maybe I can buy that. And
She's like, I mean, I wouldn't have believed if I hadn't seen it myself and actually talked to him,
And if this is a person, like we're saying, then this whole trial by combat farce, I suppose, makes a little bit of sense.
I mean, he has agreed that if he is like if he wins, he will. He did say he'd leave, right?
Yeah, he agreed to exile him
Yeah.
and his brood to where we told him roughly we expect another of his kind to be.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so he has agreed to leave. Like, he seems very earnest. Like I said, he's got very much that childlike mindset and just has the code of honor that he follows. He just doesn't understand laws and like how things work and apparently where food came from.
Yeah.
So
All right. And Ollie, he gets it. He believes the Sash Bearers. He knows the story. He says he's gonna talk to some of his people and make sure that they know to not do anything underhanded or untoward. And yeah. Finally, actually, so Nesgrin, who among this motley crew do you think you would approach first? Hart is also a dwarf. Then you have Celine, the gnome,
no.
who looks like a raggedy dirt child.
Yeah, her red sash literally sticks out from the front of her pants.
Yep.
So if you wish to grab it, you have to like pull it out of her pants.
Lillian, the sort of composed dual axe wielding priest, and Nabeen, the halfling. Right? Halfling? Are you a gnome too? Yeah. So Nabeen is a professional soldier halfling, who carries herself with, the air of someone who knows how to kill people, but she has a concussion right now. So she's maybe not as coordinated as she would normally be.
She's very stumbly right now. That's why she can't talk and she's suddenly lost her accent.
Yeah.
Sometimes that happens with headwinds.
Yeah.
This is like some Scott Pilgrim shit.
Yeah.
You knocked the dye out of her hair.
Yeah. Knock the accent out of her head.
So,
There's also Trish, who's
Yeah.
just
Trish is a human
husk
female.
right now.
And she'd
With
be
hollow sunken eyes.
yeah, she'd be skulking around doing shady things.
Saying racist shit.
Yeah,
Looking
saying
mindless.
racist shit. Yeah.
so Lillian,
Can she assist Hart in rumor?
We could say she can.
Dang. Sorry, didn't mean to cut you off there.
who looks like the most like the boss of the group, or like the leader or something like that?
Lillian definitely thinks she is.
Yeah, it
Lillian-
really depends on who you ask.
Yeah.
But Selena ends up just kind of doing what she wants. So
But Lillian is the leader.
Yeah.
Okay, I won't talk.
that.
I've convinced at least one person.
Yeah.
And she looks like a priest, right?
Yeah.
No, I skipped the priest. So who's the second?
Oh, why is that still on there? Sorry, I messed something up.
So my character Hart is a dwarven sellsword. So he would look like
He's pretty commanding,
Yeah.
put together.
yeah.
Okay. So I'll
Lane looks-
approach.
Oh, okay.
I will approach Hart.
Yeah, and so he
I will start following Hart to see what they're up to, like. a
And I
distance,
guess I'm
because
heading over to
what
the
what
to the
happened to me,
guards.
and then I just, if it's safe, if I find it safe, I will approach.
yeah, and so he looks like another dwarf. He's not acting weird or anything. You saw this group come in, and the people here seem to know of them, and you saw the orcs that they brought in and jailed in the back. So you're feeling pretty secure here.
Okay, so I will get to Hart first.
Yeah, so go ahead and describe your character real quick. Hart, you do immediately realize that he is wearing a sash, and he's not
And
someone
I'm
that
sure
you.
with my background, I noticed that he's tailing me.
She.
Yeah, sorry, she. Yeah.
She, sorry, yeah.
Wow, guys, wow.
Yeah, you would probably notice fairly quickly, especially with the sash. You're like, wait a second, who is this dwarf following me with a scarlet sash?
But she will look more like a, because she's like frail. It's very small. It's like 4'4" and 82 pounds. So she will
Okay.
most definitely look more like a child, like or more like a
Oh
human child,
no.
and actually a dwarf.
Yeah, like a fully grown dwarf.
Yeah.
So a small sash bearer child is following me.
Yes.
Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah.
Oh god.
I ignore her for the moment, but I realize that she's following me.
I will get closer to him. When I find it safe, I will get closer to him.
Yeah.
I
And you
guess I'm
definitely.
gonna approach some of the guards and attempt to start my own rumor then.
Okay.
So, are there any guards that are kind of hanging around, like off duty but not?
Yeah, so you would be like somewhere in the estate, you and Nesgrin, and there would be, you'd be able to find a guard, sort of milling about or on patrol or something that you could talk to fairly easily. They sort of stay in the building for the most part instead of in the courtyard. But yeah, it's not hard to find one.
So I'm gonna approach and greet one of them. More of a small talk kind of how's everything going kind of thing, and see if they bring up the orcs or anything like that. See if they talk to me back.
It's fairly cold in terms of like conversation. Short answers, not seeming super interested. You get the impression that maybe boss man Savang has like told them to not maybe associate a whole lot with you guys.
So I guess I'm gonna mention. Did you notice that the orcs was unbound when we brought him in here?
And he looks at you and says, "What of it?"
I'm just going to explain to him that I feel like a lot of people have misjudged him, and that he didn't understand the laws of the land, being that he's not human or humanoid.
And
And
the guard openly guffaws in your face, like you think that you can, like, what in the hell are you talking about? An orcs understanding the law of the land.
he was simply looking for. He understands that what he's done was wrong. He's agreed not to do it again, and I think that we should give him a fair shake.
And the guard stops what they're doing and turns to you and just sort of stares you down in like a scrutinizing sort of way. And he's like, "What are you getting at? What are you trying to do here?"
I just think that people need to understand that things are different now since the star fell. And if this orcs wants to be an upstanding member of society, then we should give him a second chance to explain himself or to defend himself.
All right, hit that rumor roll.
Trish is there to assist.
Oh yeah, we'll do the Trish assist real quick. So your rating is 53. So we would
I gotta
need
get a 4 or lower.
4. There it is.
Oh hell yeah!
So
Crushing it.
you
Three,
and
4-3.
yeah, you and Trish, with Nesgrin in audience.
Hearing a racist stand up for an orc.
It seems like, as
I
far
feel
as we
like
can tell,
Trish is
yeah,
would more be like just kind of agreeing that, we should at least give him a chance.
yeah,
I feel like she wouldn't be
Yeah, that's probably
giving up her
fair.
racist ways. More like she'd be like, yeah, I guess we should try to give him a chance.
yeah.
So she has to be honest about it.
And the guard, again, that idea of like, maybe I can buy this. Maybe after everything that's happened and all of the shit that's been going down, maybe these crazy prisoner soldiers from Loomerlin are actually telling the truth about all of these wild exploits they've been spreading around the estate. The spider horses and the magical orcs and stuff. Maybe they seem to be sticking to their convictions that this is something new and something different. And he walks away from you believing, like understanding, or even maybe
Believing but mad about it.
yeah, like feeling sympathetic but confused about it. Like,
Yeah, that's some internal conflict.
yeah, like why am I letting these strangers convince me that orcs can be people too? But then at the same time, it's like, why wouldn't that be a thing after
Fish are
everything?
friends, not food.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, he like kind of dismisses himself awkwardly from the conversation, but you definitely get the sense that he's like feeling it. He's convinced. And I suppose with that, it's just you two and Nesgrin in the hallway.
So, so I think that they are like being honest. Like,
Yeah. So you hearing this is like comforting, because you have been through a very similar thing where you have this like wild experience that you can't quite pin down in reality, and hearing this other dwarf and this human, these sash bearers spinning this wild tale about orcs who are, repentant, you kind of find solace in that.
Okay, so I will approach Art. Hi.
Okay.
Hello. I see your Ashbear like me.
Yes, we are.
And when she speaks, she has this like a thundering voice, like very very imposing voices, like very odd for you when you see her like a very
Shit.
small body, and then she
So,
has like this.
I can tell by her voice that she's not a young child.
Of course.
Okay. So I respond affirmatively. Yes, we are. Where are you from?
I'm from far north. I was living in. Wait. I get when the comets hit, and then I got arrested there, and then I was conscripted to the Sash. I was sent here on patrol, trying to hunt down some orc patrols that was roaming in the area, and we were like, there's this weird orc that he changed his face, and he attacked our whole patrol and barely escaped. Very, very difficult. I barely escaped. All the
Another
others are
orc's not
dead.
the one that we've brought here.
No, he killed most of my hold the whole patrol and then he escaped. Just wanted to do that, and I have never seen him again
So
since then.
are you alone now?
Yes, I am alone.
Hmm. Well, we come from Fort Bodeswell in the south, right?
Yeah, south of where you are now.
Yeah. What fort were you serving at?
We didn't actually pick a specific one, but it could be you could have come from Bodeswell as well, or any of the. There's like Fort Favor and a few of the other ones. Um, we can
Or
just
we're the good guys we promise.
yeah. So like
Like, would he be expected to go back to his fort at some point?
we can just say that he also came from Fort Bodeswell with a different like cohort of Sash Bearers because you guys have been out for a few days.
Oh, so he's like from a new regiment, maybe?
Yeah. And all of the other ones died to an orc's attack, and so he
Perfect.
fled back to the estate and found you guys here.
Oh, so you're from Bodeswell also?
Yes, I am. The whole crew was killed, and now I'm alone. I was heading back, and I stopped late, and
You
now I
must have-
found you.
You must have come to the fort after we left. We've been gone for quite some time.
Yeah, I must be. Yeah, I've been here 1 or 2 days, or more, and I was like a week in the woods trying to get back here. I did not to get pinned by that orc.
So I guess Hart, being the person that he is, just asks him what his plans are now. You're not planning to like head out on your own, are you?
No, I wasn't planning to. I was waiting for someone to get going and accompany them to my fort.
Well, I
Now
don't think
that you are here,
I don't think our party would have any problem with you accompanying us back to the fort since you come from the same place. And he
Good.
kind of looks at Trish for some
Trish
sort of
Trish is not
response.
helpful. Cause she
Probably rolls their eyes.
yeah, she rolls her eyes. She's like, "Oh my god, another demi-human gonna throw a bucket at my head."
Hell yeah.
Hart notices her eye roll and he looks back at Nesgrin and says, "Don't pay attention to her."
After he
Go on.
says, Trish, right?
Yeah. Trish will look at the two of you and shake her head and just walk off to go do skulky, shady things.
I guess what I would do in this situation as Hart is I would scan the surrounding area and see if I saw Lillian.
Probably not where you guys are, because you're
No.
inside.
Mhm.
And she would be sort of milling about with the common folk in the courtyard.
How long do I have before my guard shift?
You've
would
got a
start?
few hours. It'll be a while.
I guess I would ask Nesgrin to follow me and seek out Lillian.
Yeah, it's not hard to find her.
oh, you're trying
I'm
to help
eating
the
some
orc.
soup with a bunch of orphan children.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. What a
And
kiss ass.
I would say
Orcs are people too sometimes.
Miss Lillian, could I speak with you for a moment?
Yeah, and you don't have to call me Miss. At least not right now. We are equals at the moment, Hart.
I just wanted you to meet Nesgrin. She was from another regiment from Fort Bodeswell just recently that came this way to check out some orcs rumors. Unfortunately, they were attacked by a different orcs, and her entire regiment was killed.
Jesus. Who now exists canonically.
And I sort of offered our companionship on the way back to the fort so that she can return to Fort Bodeswell. I didn't know if you would mind.
No, of course. She's a sash bearer. glad to meet you, Nesgrin, and she'll hold out her hand.
Nice to meet you too.
It's terrible to hear what happened to your people. We've been doing everything we can to legitimize the Scarlet Sash, the Sash bearers and everything. It's been an uphill battle. I think what happened to your group is sort of the intended purpose of our little band of rebels here. But I'm glad that you didn't die. We're always happy to help take somebody else back into the fold.
And
good too.
Hart looks at Lillian and says, "Excuse me, ma'am. I'm going to excuse myself because I was going to get something to eat before my guard shift starts that you asked me to perform." And he kind of starts walking away.
Yeah, go get some of those turnips. They have really good turnips.
He just kind of leaves Trish and Nesgrin with Lillian.
Yeah, if Nesgrin wants to keep talking, I'm happy to talk about whatever. If you want to hear more about us, or if you want to tell me more about yourself.
What happened with that orc?
Yeah,
One that brought.
it's a wild story. He has been basically shaking down people under the guise of duels, but he can speak coherent sentences. He understands the difference of right and wrong. It's pretty bizarre. He did beat the crap out of us a little bit, but we basically agreed to the situation before it happened, so we don't really hold it against. Well, Nabeen might hold it against him a little bit. She got really knocked around. But yeah, he agreed to come back. Probably tomorrow morning he's going to face trial by combat for his crimes. We were against it. We told the noble it was a stupid idea and he was going to get his last son killed, but he wouldn't listen to us. So if you're gonna be joining us, tomorrow could get very hairy. Everything we know about this noble suggests that if things don't look like they're going well for his son, which a human against mutated orcs, probably not super good odds for him, he might try to do something underhanded. And we've agreed to do what we can to stop that from happening. So I suppose if you're going to be sticking around... Oh, go ahead.
Is there any way that a human could forfeit? Like showing up?
We tried to talk him out of it.
I'm not talking about talking him out of it.
Oh,
If he doesn't show up, what will happen?
You mean like if he found himself unconscious behind a shed somewhere?
Stupidly drunk, high as a kite. He couldn't stand up.
I imagine they would probably just postpone the duel until the son was ready to participate, more than likely. And if they decide to forego the duel, well, the orcs is probably fit to be executed, more than likely. But yeah,
There's a conundrum.
If you're gonna be around here, we hope that it doesn't resort to more than the expected amount of violence, but if it does, we hope that you'll support us, but we understand you've only just met us, and risking your life on our word about an orcs, we understand that that's not something that most people would take lightly. So all we ask is that should push come to shove, we hope that you would at the bare minimum stay out of it. But if you feel as we do and you trust us that the sake of a good person is their willingness to do better, then maybe you'd want to help fight for that as well.
There's honor among thieves. Oh.
It's about right. We're all thieves in one way or another in this little group. whether or not we deserve the title.
And how did you manage to trust him?
Well-
How let me rephrase that.
Sure.
How are you so sure that he is what he says he?
He
Because I saw the dwarf. I don't know if we introduce Hart. Did we introduce ourselves?
I think so, yeah.
Ask your name.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
yeah, Hart.
So I saw Hart was very convincing. It was a true believer of what he was saying. But how you managed to trust the orc?
There's a. It's hard to describe. There's a certain childlike innocence to the creature, to the man. He frankly, he didn't feel as though he were capable of lying. There were so many things about the world that he didn't understand. I don't even think it would occur to him to falsify something when he so rarely even understands what is the truth.
Okay. Good.
Yeah, and I think perhaps our judgment was a little swayed. We met an orc's magus or witch a few weeks ago. She similarly spoke to us, communicated, had wants, desires, was willing to do harm to people only when they forced it upon her. And this is crazy. There's a mutagen in orcs that produces orcs war bosses. It's an element of their biology. When they gain enough of this black wriggling mass, they mutate into something much more powerful and much more dangerous. And when faced with the ability to consume this in its purest form and to immediately do as her biology compelled her to do and transform into this giant orc's creature, I was able to talk her out of it. Against all odds, she was more person than monster. And I think that that's true in this case as well.
Okay. I trust you.
Well, that's more than I normally would ask someone after only a brief meeting. But you watch out for me, I'll watch out for you, Nesgrin.
The deal.
You want some of this turnip soup? These orphans made it, and it's
Yeah.
delicious.
I'll start drinking the turnip soup.
Orphan soup.
That's a different soup.
Oh, sorry. Are you telling
Some of
me?
this orphan
Girl
soup, the
Scouts.
turnips made it.
Are you telling me a turnip made this soup?
Hell yeah.
Bunch of turnips chopping up orphans, throwing them in a soup.
Those are Celine's kind of turnips.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Yeah,
Celine, did you infuse the turnips with the black mass?
yeah.
No, you can't prove anything.
Have legs, Celine. They're wearing little cartoon gloves.
No lie. I put those on there. I mean, I don't know where they got those. Shit.
I sewed them myself.
All right. So
On that tangent,
I think all three rumors were a success with a little bit of finagling. Leave that alone. No. And Nesgrin has been all right. Get out of here. Get out of here. You're not helping. Nesgrin has been introduced. And
Some.
to some. Oh, we lost.
Yeah,
Oh no, Cody's there. Never mind.
Yeah,
I'm still
you
here.
just
I'm
wanted-
just fiddling around
Yeah,
with
I was.
my
It
temperature.
just looked really weird. So we will.
And I'll, in the rest of the day, when a chance arrives, I will introduce Nesgrin to our other folks.
Oh yeah, I'm sure you guys will mill about and meet each other, and Nesgrin will have the opportunity to meet Nabeen and Celine. And if you guys want to have little conversations or whatever you can.
I mean, we can, but Celine is going to straight up handle it very poorly.
As she always does.
Yeah.
As
just
you... Look,
Want to
her
know what
first
my
encounter
options
with
are
some...
to be healthier.
The last time she encountered a new Sash bear, she got stabbed.
Yeah, but then you had
Yeah.
sex with him.
Yeah. No.
That was a different
Yeah.
person.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I
I was
didn't have
the
sex,
last
but I did
Sash
sleep with
bear.
that person.
Yeah.
Yes.
So you got stabbed
were the
by
last
the cook.
Yeah. And Celine took it very poorly.
And that was because it was a scary situation.
It was. And Celine's like, what the fuck?
Yeah. Imagine if you gave a cook an M9 or a 1911 and you said, "All right, welcome to the war zone."
Yeah.
And
I
you
just
think that
realized-
means anything to Celine?
I just realized that we're playing Tomorrow War. This is
Yeah, we.
Oh, God.
this is the movie Tomorrow War.
Soup, hell yeah, Topher, hell yeah.
So yeah. We can smash cut to Hart on guard duty. It is nighttime.
Immediately after posting my Orphan Soup clip.
Yep.
I get
And
the recipe for orphan soup.
To clarify, I know you want to go through this, but at some point when it is Hart's turn, Celine is going to sneak the orcs some food because she doesn't trust them to feed him.
okay. So he's not
So-
gonna be alone. It won't be
That's
just
fine.
Hart.
Fine. I'll make up an excuse, say they said to bring him some food, so it's a fair fight or some bullshit.
Okay. Yeah, so it's gonna be Hart and one other guy. And
His name Jeff.
and it's not the one that that Hart talked to, unfortunately.
Not the one I rumored.
No, so a different one. And it's nighttime now. So if you guys want to rest, this would be sort of the time to start that.
Yes, please. What do I do?
So you will, in the morning, you can be healed by a medicine check to try and remove a damage condition track. And then actually, let's see. Because you had a moderate injury, right?
I believe so, yes.
We can say that someone here noticed or that you sought out care.
Okay.
Let's see.
I have heal if that helps.
Yeah. So I mean, at some point, even Lillian could have been like, "Oh, hey, we should like wrap your skull or whatever."
If you have Lavadam, you could give her Lavadam.
Prepare for the
I
rap.
I-
have one.
Yeah.
I think I gave her
you
some
could
of mine
give her-
already.
You could give her one Lavadam and then do a heal when she's slightly wounded. You could do a heal check and that's automatic success. So
Yeah.
Oh my god,
Nope,
why did you
nope.
guys make Nabeen a mummy?
Because
you
you
my
were
mummy?
being a mummy after your burns. We have to have one mummy in the party at all times.
Apparently,
Oh no, I was seriously
Understandable.
wounded. Sorry, it wasn't moderately.
Yeah, you were seriously, and then
Oh.
we gave you one of those things, didn't
Okay. I don't remember that, honestly.
Yeah. So
but-
you are
I mean, we
still
had
you are
lessons,
still
so-
seriously wounded.
Okay.
But
Don't worry, I've been seriously wounded before too. That time I set myself on fire on purpose to kill the spider horse.
yeah.
Yeah,
we?
absolutely.
On
Me too.
purpose.
I blew my gun up on purpose too.
Yeah,
yes.
You're like,
Of course, see,
fuck
you get it.
fingers.
She understands the strategy.
she gets it. She's a party member for
Exactly.
life.
Man, I
So
don't get this strategy you guys keep employing.
yeah.
You just gotta experience it and you'll understand.
Yeah,
Yeah,
set
it's,
yourself on
I
fire,
feel
Lillian.
like in
It's
another
fine.
life I had a pretty serious injury.
Yeah.
Every once in a while I wake up from a dream with a really sore eye.
Yeah.
I have never been near your bed.
That's pretty gnarly.
That's not true. You walk past my bed when you enter the barracks.
Yeah.
We camp together.
So Lillian, you can do a +10 heal test to
Yeah, for
treat Nabeen's concussion,
Listen, that's consensual walking past your bed, okay?
and that will begin her recovery. Okay, yeah. So you
It's it better.
Yeah, you successfully treat her concussion, which starts the timer. Let's see.
I just do the Gears of War and I slap you on the back and go, "Get up, you're fine." And you're like,
Yeah.
"Oh, I
Yeah,
am
you're
fine."
Okay, you're right.
Let's see. And so then where's the time?
Best game heal ever.
Yeah.
So was it a serious injury or was it
I mean, that's what I have marked on my character sheet is that I am seriously wounded.
Yeah, but I think the injury,
Injury
itself
is less. Concussion
was-
can't be it. There's no way concussion is a serious injury.
It's possible that it let me look real quick. Cuz
You
I
probably got injured on your first hit, not the second one.
I feel like I rolled a minor injury and got the bad thing that says roll to the next table. Let's see real quick. Dun, dun, dun.
Yeah, because basically, if you crit fail your injury roll, it gets worse.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get this
Injuries.
cat. She's not gonna see it coming. I gotcha! Haha! Alright, guys, you're only gonna have a few moments to see this cat on camera.
Eddie, it's a muse.
Nacho, do you remember what page the injury table is on?
I'm looking for it. It should be in the GM part.
Yeah, game mastery.
Alright,
Can make a
alright.
clip, but I don't know
Let's
how.
get you down.
Was that Meow
Oh.
from Jurugan or a different cat?
Should be in combat.
The meow came from one of mine. That was
it Kevin?
Kevin.
It's in
Injuries.
combat.
Yeah, I found it.
365.
It is a serious injury. It's shell shock. Okay, so you will recover in
I just shoved cotton in your ears.
yeah, something like that.
That's it. That's all you get. Just cotton in your ears. That's the heal.
I believe it's 2d10 plus 2 days.
Yeah, injuries are the worst.
So would you like to roll that, or do you want me to roll it? Which
I
would
can roll that.
would that feel more personal if you do it?
Yeah.
If
Just
we make
straight.
Nate roll it, he'll roll bad.
So just straight 2d10.
Yeah, 2d10
Yep.
plus 2. So
23.
23 days from
That is
now.
the statistical average.
Wait.
Yeah.
I
Oh,
rolled
those are
D20s.
d20s.
Hang
Yeah,
on.
I was gonna say should be less than that.
That's amazing.
There we
you
go. So 9 days.
That's a third as long
That
almost.
is significantly better. Oh no, sorry, 8
Yeah.
days.
Yeah, 8.
8 days from now,
7 days.
your concussion will clear up.
Okay.
Yeah. You just need to get through tomorrow.
Yeah.
I'm
And
gonna
then
be real cranky since I'm not supposed to sleep and
yeah, well you
Yeah.
can sleep now cuz he's treated it. You're really just supposed to
Okay.
not sleep after like directly after you get a
Okay.
concussion.
so do I change anything on the
No.
damage track or anything?
Oh,
Okay.
yes. Yeah, so you
Okay.
go up, you'll go up 1 on the damage track and then
Okay.
you can heal again in the morning.
Okay.
And then you should fully recover peril cuz you're in a safe place.
Okay.
Are any other of you injured or imperiled?
Nah, I'm too cool.
Not according to my character sheet.
Okay,
I
yeah.
am not.
You shouldn't be. Sweet.
I'm a boss ass little gnome.
So you are currently listed at moderately wounded right now,
Yes.
correct?
Correct.
It's probably a good idea for you to take one of your. Can we? This is a weird thing. Could we make an arrangement, Hunter, where like, if things are gonna go south, like right as soon as combat starts, she can just
Take a painkiller. Yeah, sure.
yeah.
Yep.
Just so if you don't need it, you don't have to. But if you do need it, you've got it right then.
Yeah. And that's an easy like in character thing of like, you know, hey, if things get crazy, chug that opium real quick and then we'll
And
get
then get your guns out.
yeah, and then join the fight.
She
Yeah,
just
I'm
starts
pretty
shooting
sure I've
things.
seen Trish sneaking all kinds of things.
Oh yeah. She's crazy.
Where did all of our opium go?
Gosh dang it.
Trish, your job in this combat is to go and loot the castle for
Yeah,
as much
steal all the good stuff.
as much good shit as you can get.
Yep.
On that good kush.
Good kush, get some
Some more witch weed.
wizard's weed?
Witch
Witch
weed,
that's
yeah.
it.
Which we'd have. Yeah.
Yeah, we got some witch weed junkies back at
I
the
think
fort.
Selena already used all this she had. Wait,
Yeah,
no,
you were-
because she. Did
you
she?
were
I think she kept
every
it
time so you could keep giving yourself
Bonuses,
whatever.
yeah.
I think she still.
Corruption.
She had like a brick or something. I thought. I can't remember.
Yeah, you. No, you had a small
damn it.
portion of a brick.
Yeah.
Because you
Because she
gave
gave the brick to the captain.
to the captain, yep.
That's right. And then she had a good time that night. A
Yeah,
real
so you
good
still
time.
have some.
I've decided if Hart is ever close to death again, I'm just gonna eat the black mass.
You don't have that.
See what
You
happens.
stay the fuck away from
You know,
my
the thing is
black
though,
mass.
if you tell Celine that you want that as your final wish, she might do it just for fun.
She might, because she might want to see what happens.
He might.
She totally might.
Yeah,
She'll probably hope that you die afterwards so she can cut it out of you and take it back.
Or she's gonna be impressed by what happens because it's gonna be an
Maybe.
experiment to her.
I do like that
Oh,
idea
experiment, but
of like the dramatic, like you are all sort of at wit's end. Hart is like dying on the floor somewhere, and he's like, Celine, toss me the mass. He just like gobbles it down, and then like,
turns into a manticore
Yeah.
with just enough sentience left.
yeah.
That's the end of like 30 Days of Night, where the
Yeah.
good guy turns into a vampire to fight the bad vampire.
Yeah, full on
She would-
monster mode to
I
save
do
the
love
day.
that movie. Good movie.
she would probably only give about half because she's like, if I lose access to this, I will be upset. So she will keep some of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's it's
Character
Definitely
Ignacio.
experimentation.
That black mass I mentioned, we still have it secretly.
yeah. The
It's made a very
purified.
scary, rapidly growing rat.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
quite frightening.
It's amazing, is what you mean.
We have a mad scientist.
Basically.
What have I done? So it is 11 o'clock right now, which is the perfect time for a bio break of about 10 minutes long.
I gotta go to the bathroom, Daddy.
So
God
everyone,
damn it.
everybody use the bathroom, get some water,
That's Tommy Boy.
you know, do a quick bump or whatever you got to do.
Yeah. Put some bows in the chat.
God.
Yeah. And we will be right back
Oh, oh.
for the last 2 hours of this episode
around.
12. Scarlet,
Shit's gonna get
Sash,
crazy.
stories. It's going to be nuts.
Yeah.
Yeah, we still
Yeah.
don't know what that rat's gonna grow into. That's gonna be
Nope,
exciting.
we're waiting.
Yeah. There's
It's
like,
gonna turn into like an actual clone of Celine. That's eventually going to take her form and take
Still
over
have to-
her.
yeah, I still have to find my
Chris.
own pet rat.
Why are you giving Hunter ideas?
that's awesome. It's
Because
definitely,
it's the best idea, and I want to see it happen.
absolutely.
Because that's what happened
Yeah.
with the cow cave, and I think the nightmare owlbears too.
What was that horror movie that the people ate some like an ice cream and it was like a thing, white thing, that then it started
Oh.
eating people?
It,
Like the
Oh,
blob
that
or
sounds good,
something?
though. That sounds good.
Sounds like the horror frickin' story I wanted to write.
it reminds me of that horrifying Goosebumps
I-
book called Monster Blood.
Oh,
Did any
yeah.
of you read that one where
Oh.
the green goo continuously grows and he gives it to his dog and his dog gets like monstrously huge? That scarred me as a kid.
That was one of the really tame ones. You're
Speaking of
Yeah.
writing and stories and stuff like that, you guys, I don't know if you guys remember that short story I wrote for Writer's Digest competition back in the
I
day with
do.
you guys, about the daughter of the mage order.
Yeah. It was cool.
I recently got back into that, and I just wrote another 1,200 words the other night.
Heck yeah,
Nice,
bro.
Super nice.
You should I want to read it after I go pee and
Yeah.
after we finish this and like tomorrow.
Yeah.
For sure.
All right.
Cool.
Break time.
Yeah.
Oh man, Chris back there with her Blades in the Dark book on display.
Oh yeah, first back. It's time for the best part of the stream. You've all been waiting for it. Where I talk shit on Hunter till he finds it when he watches the VOD. Because that's my favorite part. Talk shit on Hunter and that mohawk he got, like Cody did before we started. Uh-oh, God, someone's here! Can you hear me?
Luckily, that's everyone's favorite part.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Because we get to make fun of him about stuff, and he doesn't get to hear about it till whenever he watches it, you know? Like his hair, which we already touched based on that beforehand for the stream. So I don't know what to touch up on this time. I guess we could make fun of the fact that he's always late and awful about starting the stream.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
You don't sound that excited, Beauty. I'm disappointed. He's good at it. We've only talked about it multiple times about how we gotta actually start on time. Maybe someday. Maybe someday.
My cat is being so weird. I'm just looking at her in the bathroom. She was doing circles in the bathtub, and then I shut the toilet lid, and she just freaked and tried to jump out but couldn't get high enough.
Jesus.
She was just skidding around in circles in the bathtub.
God. That's better, Beauty. More excitement, I approve. Hunter likes big hairy buttholes, that's what I'm gonna say this time.
Is that true?
Likes big old hairy ones, yep. Prefers them unshaved.
I mean, I guess that's good for the people he's with.
Yeah?
I would not want to have to be like, sorry, if you're gonna be with me, you're gonna have to shave your butthole.
You
That
got
might be.
booty hole, that's nasty.
That's just a lot of work. What do you use,
Would
like a
be a lot
nose
of work.
trimmer for that?
I don't know. I feel like to do it properly, you'd need help.
What?
Exactly. Chris came in at the best time. I saw her sit down as I started talking about butthole shaving. Basically, I'm just here to make fun of Hunter because he's gone, and I'm like always the first back. So I sang a
Oh, did you
sing-song tune.
record your secret message for it?
I did. I
Okay.
made sure that I made fun of him about his hair a little bit. I made fun of him about how he's awful about starting on time, and I said he's into big hairy buttholes.
No.
So
I mean, those are pretty common, so.
I know, but you know.
Nate
hard to
doesn't
get
realize
around.
that Nate's an elf who is hairless.
No, I'm not. I
That's
wish
hot.
I was. My face is like the only hairless part besides my chin and my crappy sideburns. So
I'm Hispanic.
Oodles
I
and
don't
oodles.
have the luxury of being a nice, smooth lady without a lot of work.
Fun. I think that's for most people.
Yeah, but it's I come from very hirsute kind of people, so.
I hate me too, Beauty. I hate me too.
What, do you have a problem with Mewtwo?
No, I said I hate me too. Because she's like oodles
Wait,
and
the
oodles of
Me Too
excitement.
movement?
I hate
Wow.
you,
That's
Noctool.
terrible, Nate.
That's fucked up.
Yeah. Fuck the Me
How?
Too movement.
Sure.
Fuck all the movements.
Ooh. Ooh.
Every movement.
What you gonna say hi?
Big yikes.
I'm here for me. I don't care about anybody. Not even myself.
Wait, but you just said you did.
Don't contradict me. Contradicting myself.
You're contradicting you.
That's
No.
what we do, Nate. We
You
always
can't
contradict
tell me.
you. That's How you know we care?
You can't.
Wait, we
no.
care?
Well,
No, you don't.
care.
I know better. I know better. And you guys wonder why I'm depressed.
You're depressed?
Do you want some of my drugs? I can help you out. I keep forgetting to take them like a responsible adult.
My drugs
I-
don't help with depression, but they will prevent you from sleeping or having a boner.
I.
Hmm.
Oh Jesus! I do have some drugs in my fridge. But most people don't understand that alcohol is a drug, and it's always fun to explain that to them. Because they're like, no, you're
Yeah.
dumb. I'm like, no, you should look it up and find out. It's like caffeine's a drug.
Yeah.
That's in
Mind
chocolate. Chocolate's
altering.
chock full of drugs.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of stuff's showing that refined sugar is one of the strongest drugs that we take in regularly.
Hell yeah. Addictive, sugary goodness.
I like booze, which is also just sugar.
I like boobs,
Essentially.
which is mostly fat.
Yes. Yes. That
Fleshy
too.
fun bags.
Fleshy fun bags.
Yeah, watch Desert Punk. They've got like 100 different names for fucking boobs. It's great. I
Is
love
Desert Punk the one that starts with, even the greatest hero knows when it's time to run like a little bitch?
bitch. Yes, it is.
I approve.
The
See,
movie that I was
Tex,
talking about, it's The Stuff.
the
The
stuff.
stuff. Yes, I
Stuff.
knew I had
I've
seen.
never heard of that one. That seems like an odd name for a movie.
1985.
Yep.
1985. I'll be damned.
When you were talking about ice cream horror movies, I'm just thinking of that really weird B movie, The Ice Cream Man.
Yeah, with the. No, I'm thinking of a different one. I thought of the Ice Cream Man, but I was picturing the dude from Phantasm who was an ice cream man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty sure that's just like, what is it? God. Plaster. Yeah, it's basically just plaster and it's like liquidish form. And that movie looking at it with it on their face and shit.
It reminds me of The Blob.
Blob was so good.
What's that smell? Is that
That's-
blob? It calls to
Is
me.
that Blob? Chris, what's your favorite horror movie? Do you have one?
I have so many. I don't know. It really just kind of depends on my mood because
Yeah.
there are tons that I like. Like I've said before, I super love
Which-
The Conjuring.
Which
So,
one do
like,
you
that's
like
my-
that you actually think is like good?
Probably The Conjuring. I thought Us was really good.
Mhm.
What about them?
I haven't
Them with
watched
the
them.
giant ants.
I don't know.
That's a good movie.
Actually, I think that movie? There's a movie called Them about a guy with schizophrenia.
It's possible. There are a couple movies called Them because I can picture one sitting on my mom's DVD shelf back home.
I have to look it up now because I feel like
Is that schizophrenic? Because that's the one with like the like African American family or whatever.
no, that's Us.
Yeah.
Like
Well,
it.
wait,
Drag Me
no,
to
I think
Hell.
them is a thing too. March
Drag Me to Hell
22nd,
is fun.
2021.
There are a bunch of movies called Them. I think
Yeah.
That's the most recent one. Is that Eddie Murphy?
the most recent one is 2006.
Nah, them? There's the trailer. I guess it's not out yet. This is just a trailer, I think.
Okay, well then how would it be what I'm talking about? Come on.
I don't know, man.
I can't remember what the movie I'm thinking of is, if it's Them or it's something similar like that. But it's a really cool story about a guy who has schizophrenia, and you see the whole movie from his point of view, where he's like talking to people and he just hears like the sounds of flies, and there's subtitles of them like telling him about all the wicked things that they intend to do. And
Right.
like from his point of view, he's like the hero of the story, right? But he's like, it's just like his life is a horror movie, but then, you know, near the end they sort of alternate the point of view when after he's captured one of these people that he thinks is evil, and they're just like terrified and scared.
Want to know
It
what
was
horror
really
movie
good.
I absolutely hate and wanted to like, but it was just a big steaming pile of hot garbage?
The Thing, sequel?
You mean the remake?
No, the sequel.
There was a sequel to the
Yeah,
Thing?
it's also called The Thing, but it's
Is
not a
that
remake.
sequel? The
Yeah,
one
it-
from like 2013 or whatever?
Yeah,
Naming
it
conventions are
seems like a
stupid.
remake, but the thing is, it's actually about the like Norwegian
Okay.
team that
Oh,
found
so it's
it in
just
the
from
first
okay.
place.
Gotcha,
So it's
gotcha.
technically a prequel.
Yeah, I didn't actually see that one.
It's
I
pretty
was gonna
bad.
say Switchblade Romance
Oh,
or
I haven't
High
seen it.
Tension, whatever title you want to call it. Hot Tension. That movie is garbage.
I think
Fucking
most
awful.
movies are garbage.
A lot are, but I still get enjoyment out of most of them, and that one
Oh
was
yeah,
just
like
like
what's that?
Antrim.
What's that? Oh, Antrim is weird.
It's so
That's not
weird.
that's
so
not
good.
garbage though. That's like art
No.
house.
Yeah.
Cyborg
Did
zombies.
Did you know that the girl in that movie does Jill Valentine's voice in the Resident Evil 3
I
remake?
love that. I love
Yeah.
that. That's cursed. I didn't die yet though.
Wow.
What is that? What was that zombie movie called again?
I don't know. It was like Army of the Undead or some crap
Army
like
of
that. was
Army of the Dead.
Darkness? Oh, Army of the Dead, yeah.
That was
it
a
actually
bad
called
movie
Army?
too.
Yeah, that was a
No,
bad
man,
movie.
I had cyborg
zombie
zombies
movies
in it
are.
for no reason.
I did love those no reason cyborg zombies.
And the no
pretty
reason like
great.
multiverse plot. That was
You
pretty
mean
cool.
time travel plot?
Yeah.
Hmm.
That was pretty cool.
All right, everybody's
We
back.
have everybody?
Yeah.
All right, let me get back over.
We watch a lot of good movies, guys.
I watch a lot of good movies.
I love
Watch
making
40
fun of.
Days
never
of
think
Night.
of them.
I love making fun of movies.
It is
Especially
fun.
when they're bad.
Okay. So, Hart is on guard with another guy in the evening time outside of Welker's cell. And so Celine has a plot, right?
Yep.
What is your plot?
I roll for attack. Wait,
You
Oh,
kill Celine.
no, dang.
So what is the cell like? Is it just all bars, or is it like
It is
walled off and everything?
It's a wooden door to a pantry that has been reinforced and has a window like normal human head height. The window has had bars put across it.
Okay, so there's no way I can easily just slip food in there.
No, cuz Hart and the other guy, here, let's make him a token real quick, are sort of standing on either side of the door.
Hmm.
Nab would be willing to help Celine if she were to have mentioned her plans.
I
of
mean,
being
I don't know if she'd say anything, but if you see
Yeah.
her kind of wandering around and talking to herself, you could say something, and she'd be
Well,
like,
I mean,
yeah,
I don't
need
think
to
I
check."
have like the wherewithal to really notice things because I'm basically wandering around talking to myself at this point.
Celine probably wouldn't ask for help.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I
It's
figured,
Celine.
but I was just throwing that out there.
Okay.
Lillian usually ignores Celine primarily for plausible deniability reasons.
It's half the time Celine's wandering around, she's trying to catch like a rat or do something weird.
Yeah,
That's true.
weirdo stuff.
So she just does. She's used to doing things on her own. So, but I guess she's probably just gonna try and. Her best bet, she can't think of anything besides bluff her way through, unless she can get the guy to wander off or flirt with him. But I doubt he's gonna go for that. They never do. She might try to see how he reacts.
Sure.
They do, never do. That's true.
Yeah, so Hart is there. And yeah, the other guy is there. So you're just gonna walk up to like the two of them and give him the old sexy eyes.
Yeah, I'd be like, so how's guard duty?
He pulls out his bottle blonde for a second and just
Yeah, he's not super immediately taken by your charm.
They never are.
Seeing as how you are kind of like a gross little thing.
was
You
What was
don't
it you-
understand the all-natural look.
What was the word? Oh yeah, gross little gremlin. That's right.
Yeah. Or no, the captain
That was-
I think I
said
wrote it down.
aberrant
You are the
little
most
cretin.
intriguing
Yeah.
little aberrant little cretin.
Most aberrant cretin.
Yeah.
Yeah, you are the most intriguing aberrant cretin I have ever met. I'll take that as a compliment.
I love
Pillow
it.
talk.
Yeah.
To Celine, it
pillow
is.
talk, basically. Anything's pillow talk to Celine, depending on how you say it or who it's from.
Yeah, like when she was laying in bed and threatened to magic missile me from her bed. That's pillow talk, right?
Pillow
was-
talk.
That was, I will smother you with the fucking pillow talk. Stop.
Oh.
Wait, why did all the tents move?
They're clearing space for
For a
the
battle.
fight.
So he didn't go for us so far. So
Yeah, so you haven't rolled anything, but he's not
Yeah.
he's not super convinced.
yeah, so God, I don't even know how to flirt in real life without just being awful about it.
So what did you say to him so far?
She's like, so how's guard duty?
Hart's gonna be fake mean to her and hope that she picks up on this, but he's gonna be like, Celine, be serious. Have you brought the meal? I see it in your hand.
I guess Celine will roll with it. She's like, yes, I brought the meal. Oh my God. Don't let me have any fun, Hart.
Suddenly, the
Look at
teenagers
this handsome
are the
man
girls
right
from
here.
high
I'm
school
very
that-
proud of Hart for thinking on his feet so well.
And Hart looks at the guard when she says that, and he says,
I am.
I mean,
Hart.
if you're interested in her,
If you're interested, I'm definitely interested.
she doesn't only
Ooh.
have to come here for one reason.
So let's have Celine roll charm minus 30 with
That's
it
about
with an assist from Hart.
Oh my God.
Am I
this is
also gonna
be-
roll at minus 30?
It doesn't matter. You're just gonna roll.
You're rolling a D10.
Oh, I'm just rolling a D100, right?
Yeah. You
Don't
just-
worry, Topher. You just gotta roll a 10.
Yeah.
So just roll one D100.
You can
Yeah.
just roll a
Yeah.
D10.
Yeah.
Oh,
Or
just roll a
Either
D10.
one.
yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, because it's just his 10 spot.
Yeah. So unless you guys spend fortune, he's not buying it. He looks at Hart. He's like, I'm not interested.
Darn it. She's not gonna push for that, but she'll keep rolling with the I'm here to bring the prisoner food because he hasn't been fed yet, and they want it to be like a fair fight tomorrow. You know, want to make sure equal footing and stuff, so it's an honorable fight.
Yeah, and Hart went along with it because he saw food in her hand and assumed that she was bringing it to the orcs and not to him because she hates him.
Yeah, so he's gonna look at the two of you and say, no, Lord Savang said nothing's supposed to go into the cell. Until he's
Hart's just gonna lean back against the wall and cross his arms and be like, he said that food was coming.
Lord Savang did.
One of his assistants or servants mentioned it not that long ago.
All right, roll me your guile for
I
the
can't
lie.
assist on that because I don't have guile.
Is it one that it needs to be trained?
Guile
No,
is not.
any time you try and assist someone, you have to have
to have the
like
skill
a
point.
Oh, you have to
point.
have a point in it. Yes,
Okay.
he's correct on the
Yep.
assist. Guile is not a trained skill, but he would
Yeah.
have to have a point to assist.
Yeah.
Damn.
Oh my
Oh
God,
my
that's
god, are you
close.
kidding me?
Oof.
It is up to you if you want to try and re-roll.
It feels like a waste. It's like a good thing to do, but I don't think him having a meal is going to be the difference in a life or death fight in 24 hours.
Selena's trying though.
No, it's a nice thing. It's a nice attempt.
All right.
So he does not believe me.
No, he does not. And so he stands firm. No food passing through the door.
So
Well, then-
Celine, at this point, being Celine, is going to walk up to him and look straight up at him and like, why do you people all suck? I just went in there to get some orc's dick! And she's just gonna leave.
He's gonna take peril damage. He's like, oh my god, what the hell?
Because
Hart just shakes his head.
And he looks over and goes, "That is the most aberrant cretin."
Yeah.
not a compliment from you.
Yeah, so if Celine wanders off, and the hours pass sort of unceremoniously until the guard is approached by a one of the like house staff that you've seen wandering around, and he whispers something to the guard. And roll me eavesdrop real quick, Hart. Damn, another
my
really close
goodness.
one. So you don't hear what they say, but the guard turns to you and says, I've been called to another part of the estate for a little bit. I suspect that you can hold this down for a few minutes.
He just kind of looks at him with one eye and says, "I'll be here when you get back."
All right, so the two of them wander off.
And you holler, "Celine!"
Where's my walkie-talkie?
Yeah, so what does Hart do? It is middle of the night, dark. The only thing illuminating is like gas lanterns or like oil lanterns.
How much movement do I see? Like
It's
from
like
where I'm at.
it's quiet. People in the courtyard are asleep. There's like
Is the door locked, or do I have the key to his cell?
it is just dead bolted from the outside.
From the outside.
Yeah.
Is there any rations or bread or anything around?
Not near you.
Can I explore the room, like walk out to where maybe food would be, like in a doorway, and look around and see if I can see anything, even like a small loaf of bread or something?
Roll me. What do you think? Scrutinize to look?
Like a perception or something?
Perception
Something?
to look?
What is it? What do they call
I
that?
Yeah,
think it'd be awareness.
Awareness.
Awareness, yeah.
Okay, so this will determine. So if you're wanting to go look, this will determine how long it takes and if you're successful.
Not at all.
So do you want to keep looking or not? Or
I'm
do
gonna
you-
go back to the cell,
Okay.
to where I was like posted up.
Okay.
And do I see anything of note? Is that office open, or is that in a different room?
That's sort of like in a different part. Ooh, sorry, I didn't mean to drag you. It's sort of like in a different part of this area. It's not open. There would be, like, a door here and a door here, and you'd have to like go down a hallway or whatever to get there.
So this room that I'm in, the State House, is not an open floor plan. There's hallways.
Yeah, I didn't
other
like. It's kind of like a T floor
I
plan
gotcha.
sort of thing, and then this would be like a big room with like little closets and stuff. And it's of course multi-story as well.
Yeah, Hart doesn't want to get in any trouble, so I think I'm just gonna sit put.
All right. Give me an eavesdrop and an awareness.
Jeez Louise.
So
We used up all our rolls, boys.
So you don't hear or see anything particularly.
Ready to use a fortune point.
You could if you wanted.
I mean, I don't. Do you think it's important for me to do that?
I mean, it very well could be, seeing as how we
It's hard to
expect something
say.
to go south here. Like, they're gonna try and sabotage the orcs somehow, is my thinking, so.
All right, so I guess I'm gonna fortune point my awareness roll.
Okay. So I'll flip this one to me. I get a fortune point.
Jeez.
Yeah, unfortunately, you don't see or hear anything out of the ordinary.
I hope that's all of my bad rolls for the night. Guys.
Hopefully.
And then what feels like another hour passes. And this guard sort of wanders back without saying anything.
All right, I'm gonna attempt to chat him up then.
All right.
You were gone for quite a while. What's up?
Oh yeah, sorry. Some of the other staff needed help in a different part of the estate.
I think I'm gonna try to kind of charm him into telling me more and be like, "Really, dude? Like, what's going on?"
Sure. Give me the charm.
Oh my god.
He's like, well, nothing. Nothing much. Just had to. Some of the butlers, they get spooked every so often, so they want extra patrols or whatever. You look like the fighting sort. You know how it is.
I'm a sellsword by trade before I was conscripted.
That's rough, buddy.
I made a good living.
You should try guarding fancy estates sometime. It's pretty good gig.
Doesn't look so fancy around here with all those refugees everywhere.
Well, you're right there. You know how it is. These riffraff get it in their head that just because danger is afoot, that they can come in here and scum up the place. But what can you do?
What do you think about this orcs guy coming in here unbound, turning himself in?
Certainly weird. I've heard people talking. I don't know. You were one of the ones that brought him in. Is it like, they're saying he can talk and think.
Oh, he can talk. He can talk, but the mentality is of a young person, a younger child.
But
he could definitely talk.
But he is like a person, right?
He definitely talks in complete sentences. He understands. And
I mean, I've known people that can talk in complete sentences that I wouldn't consider people.
yeah, I mean,
Jesus.
whatever made him this way, he just seemed like he was looking for food and didn't know what he was doing was wrong until somebody told him.
I don't know, man. What's up with those weird spikes in his face? And actually, you probably wouldn't. You weren't there.
I wasn't there to remember that.
So Welker the orc has witchstone crystals embedded from his forehead in a plume, like a knight would have on their helmet.
Like something he would have done to himself?
He said the shadows did it to him.
Yeah,
and
the same things that shoved the witchstone in the mage's eyes.
Yeah.
So I'm going to respond to the guard and say, well, we've seen that before.
And he's
but
like,
between you and me, I think there's a third party. that's changing these orcs?
He's like, I mean, I wouldn't suspect that orcs would, adorn themselves with whatever that is. That seems, from all the stories that I've heard, seems pretty odd. But, yeah, I don't know. Some weird stuff going on, I guess. I could see it. The star falls, magic, chaos infuses the world, orcs talking like men, men acting like orcs. It's crazy these days.
So now that we're talking a little bit, I'm gonna try to lie to him a little bit, and I'm gonna say, if I wanted to, I've seen so many crazy things. If I wanted to get out of this life, maybe fake my own death, you think there's any way they'd let me stay here in hiding in the manor?
He's like, I mean, that's up to Mr. Savang and that lady in the courtyard. I don't remember her name. She's always up in everybody's business too. Rumor.
Mr. Savang does hate us, by the way.
Yeah, he doesn't like you guys very much. Your companions were kind of jerks to him, and he was a jerk back.
Is it good working here? Anything?
He's like,
untoward happening?
No, it's good work. I mean, obviously, this guy in the cell's been a problem. And Savang, obviously, losing kids and that sort of thing. He's a bit on edge these days. But, word is that Lumerlin's making plays for this area. I don't know how brushed up on your history you are, but, this used to be Lumerlin land. This is what they call the Lost Provinces.
Well, being a sellsword, I knew at least the land and the important people around. But being stuck in the fort, conscripted into forced military service, I don't really know much of what's going on with the leadership's plans.
He's like, I mean, I can relate to that idea a little bit. I'm stuck here, and I'm obviously not military, but now I'm a babysitter to a few hundred lost souls, and that's definitely not what I signed up for.
You guys have any good drink around here? I could go for something strong.
He's like, I see what you're trying to do. We can't drink here on the job. When you're off your shift, sure, we can. Maybe me and the guys can hook you up with a drink.
It was worth a shot.
And from there, the night progresses without incident. And, the morning cock-a-doodle-doos, the chickens, and the sun rises. And in the evening and the early morning hours, the tents and carts are not necessarily cleared from the courtyard, but sort of compressed to the edges. And people are sort of filling this like interior space of the surrounding area as well, for the fight, the be all end all trial by combat. And Mr. Savang makes a big show of it, and is like, I don't know if you've ever I'm trying to think of like a good sort of movie example. Kind of like Heath Ledger's Joker. A guy who is so far at the end of his wits and spirit that he's kind of hysterical and acting weird, That is elderly Savang, Lord of the Estate, as he like makes this grand show of the fight between Welker and his son. He's like he like names off his son's accomplishments, captain of such and such regiment of the Voshek Tadberg military, wounded in action during the heroic fight of such and such hill, and just like everybody can tell that this guy is like more than half crazy at this point, but is finally getting this thing that he has desired for so long. And actually, let's make another.
Am I still guarding with the same guard?
Not anymore. You were relieved in the morning at some point, and got enough sleep to clear any peril or anything like that.
Do I see the guard that I was serving with anywhere?
Yes, if you want to like be with him.
I just want to, as the hysterics are going on, I just want to like walk up next to him and kind of say to him, "Is this going to be a fair fight?"
And as the two Savangs are in the center of this like dirt pit, with the elderly sort of ranting, the guard will turn to you and be like, I mean, as fair a fight as you think a 3-armed monstrosity versus a single man can be.
And I want to scrutinize what he's saying to see if he's lying.
Absolutely.
That's a good call. Oh, you're
so
kidding!
close.
You need to change out those dice. You need to roll different dice.
You're right.
Damn. You can re-roll it. It's always an option.
I
I'm gonna change the color of my dice. Maybe
That's
that'll
fair.
go.
Um,
It feels like this guy. It sounded honest, but like I feel like he
Yeah.
wouldn't know.
you definitely get the sense that he's being honest. And so let's go ahead and really quick. Let's say that Topher and his guard friend are sort of down here, right on the edge.
Yeah, if you would post like where the guards are, that would help me determine where I want to be.
All right.
So, where are like the staircases up to the second floor?
Let's
That's
add
smart as
those.
fuck too.
Because I assume where he's being kept is down below, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
And I
'cause
assume
have
there's
something
still-
I want to do.
I assume there's still guards by his cell too.
So there are right now, but he's going to be brought out pretty soon.
And that's kind of, I want to get a chance to like walk and talk
I'm just
with
trying
him.
to like count in my head how many guards are gonna be here.
So.
You know.
So last session, I'm pretty sure what I said was about 8 guards total
Okay.
in the retinue.
I think so. It was a number that was like not impossible for us to take out on our own.
Yeah.
And if there's 24-hour guard service, 2 or 3 of them they're probably sleeping right now.
Yeah, some of them would be, but you might expect that on
It
such
probably would. Yeah,
on such an important event that they would have them up.
but they might be tired or.
Is there like either of those 2 doors? Because I don't know which they're gonna come out of. Can I kind of get an idea of which one they might bring him out of? Like, is there more guards over there, or is like there a certain side the 2 noblemen are on?
Are you hoping to just talk to him?
Yes, I'm hoping to walk and talk with the orc when he
Okay.
gets pulled out.
You'll be able to do that no matter what.
Okay. Okay.
You can wait in this like state house entry or whatever.
Okay. Cool.
The daughter is here, who one of you I think it was Nabeen talked to
me.
the daughter, yeah. She's in this state house area, sort of milling with some of the employees. Her name was Leilana.
Leilana, useless Mick won't assist us in helping save her family.
Yeah. or could be like loyal to her father and that sort of idea.
Yeah, so loyal to her father, she's willing to watch him destroy their family.
Yeah. Yeah.
Loyalty.
Yeah.
I've been having fun doing lots of office moments because I look this way when I'm looking at you guys, and then whenever I want to say something with emphasis, I get to look right at the camera.
Yeah,
and
you
tilt
get
my head.
to do the. So there are 4 guards around the ring. Topher Hart is next to one of them. It's not immediately clear where the other 4 are. It is assumed that you guys think that they're in the
At least 2 are regarding.
There are second-story interior windows, right?
Yeah, so it's almost like a Colosseum atmosphere. There are people packed around this like interior space of the house facing the courtyard, and there's 2 stories, like every side of this is 2 stories, and so there's people like looking down from the upper story and people like in these, I'm pointing at my screen and you guys can't really tell what I'm doing, but like in these like lower story areas, and it's all like the windows are open and people are sort of like in hushed reverence right now listening to Savang give his rambling screeching speech.
Where did you say the daughter was again? Sorry.
She is in this area here.
Okay.
I can give her another purple token real quick. And so
I'll probably
she's
try and talk to her too while waiting.
yeah, and she's sort of mingling with there's some like help staff and stuff as well in there. And yeah, so they've cleared most of the people out of the courtyard. There's some individuals are like milling about among the tents and stuff watching. But it's definitely this like air of ceremony and reverence and the hushed whispers going through the crowds and everything as Senior Savang is just like wailing this speech about his sons and those that have died to the monster and how we will cleanse this land with the blood of the beast and yada yada yada.
Hey, that's my kind of speech. You're not gonna give my kind of speech.
I mean, he's done this all his life as a nobleman. This is his arena.
That's fair. Well,
okay. So, Nate, you had a specific action that you wanted to do.
I was gonna approach the daughter. She's just kind of commanding servants around right now.
Yeah.
I'm gonna approach and be like, "So, how you think the fight's gonna go?"
And she will look at you and look at the Sash, and she doesn't like openly roll her eyes at you. But she's like, I'm sure that Polani will be triumphant. He is an extremely well-trained fighter. He served in the military. He served with honor and brilliance, and no monster is going to be a match for him.
Has he ever fought an orcs one-on-one?
I don't know the specifics of his military service. I am sure that he has killed people and maybe monsters on his own.
Oh, she says.
Like,
He's maybe killed some monsters.
And she'll look at Nabeen and be like, you are free to stay and watch as he, makes short
Oh,
work.
I intend to. I'm here just the same as you are to watch your brother die.
Why are you Aloy?
I can't remember how my accent
is
was
a little.
before, so
it's a little
just-
transitory.
Yeah. I
The
can't
more
get
she
back
drinks,
into
the more violent and aggressively accented she becomes.
Which is fine,
No, well, and like, I don't know. I just can't get into the headspace today because I want her to have the
You're good.
accent.
Yeah, I mean, Scotland and Ireland don't exist in this world. So it
Yeah.
could be either one or both.
I know, but
Yeah, it's just land.
so disappointed.
Yeah. Ire Scott.
And ire.
Yeah.
Land and
You
ire.
do
Listen,
have a lot of ire.
Yeah.
I love your Aloy impression. Keep it up.
Yeah, so she gives off the air of a noble woman, supporting her family. She has possibly misplaced confidence in her brother's ability to resolve this.
Okay, so I'm basically going to go through a short little spiel about it. So let me tell you what I know about fighting monsters and orcs. As someone who's encountered multiples of these things, we encountered one where 8 of us almost lost. And you think your brother can be a three, count it, 3 fucking armed orcs. The only way this is going to happen for him to win is if the fight's rigged against him, which personally, I think that's the case. I feel like the orc's probably been sabotaged or something because, your father doesn't want to lose his son. And yeah, that's my thoughts on all this.
So you're saying that father, who went through great personal and household strain to bring the monster here to sate his grief-soaked bloodlust, would somehow rig this entire process so that it would end the way he wants it to?
Yeah, he's literally lost every single child to this orcs, and I bet they all said the same thing, that they were competent and could have beat him and and I'm sure some of them had a military career. If one brother does, and you can't tell me you don't think that, yeah, because I don't know if you've seen this massive orcs, but like I said, I've encountered monsters, and in groups of people, we struggle to take down many, let alone one-on-one where you can clash with weapon to weapon, and there's a third arm free to grab and twist your arm so they can punch their way through your guard.
And
listen to his ranting and raving. I meant to say that. And it's like,
Oh,
listen
yeah.
to his raving. Like, I'm crazy, and that's obviously crazy.
then she sighs a little bit and says, well, I will admit that this has tested father's wits very strongly, and I simply pray for a swift and positive end to this whole mess.
You didn't respond the way I wanted to, but I'm going to scrutinize anyways and see if I can get anything out of her.
Okay.
Success.
Yeah, she's like exhausted. Like, she is putting up the most stoic and supportive facade that she can for her brother and father. And she just wants it to be over. She's not in on any plot or anything.
Okay.
She's just here to be done with it, and has faith in the House of Savang to finish it the right way.
So how old does this person look?
She's like mid-20s, maybe 30.
Okay, so Celine will she kind of reaches out and she's pats her on the thigh and be like, everything's almost done. Just kind of struggles to find the words. We're almost through this.
And she looks at you and is like, thank you.
Be prepared that things may not go the way your family wants them to.
And she looks at you, and there's sort of the glimmer of understanding or
Okay.
trying to find bittersweet, or
Yeah.
the suppressed understanding that it's possible that her brother could be brutally murdered.
A begrudging agreement, perhaps.
Yeah, but she is believing beyond hope that her brother will kill the monster and the problem will be solved.
Okay. So, and at that point, I'll just wait for the orcs to come out because I want to talk to him
Yeah.
too and see if everything went okay with him because she has concerns about all this.
Yeah, so he comes out with 2 guards, and they come through this room.
Alright.
Oh, not 3 guards. Comes through this room where you're standing, and you have the opportunity to talk to
Okay.
him.
She'll go up to him and be like, "How you doing, big guy? How you feeling today?"
He's like, I'm a little hungry,
Uh,
but I got some rest, and I suppose I'm here to fight.
that's good. I tried to bring you some food, but they said you don't get any, so sorry about that. You didn't get bothered or anything? They didn't try and keep you awake or nothing? I expected something to try and make you have a disadvantage.
Well, it's strange sleeping in a place like this, and he gestures to like everything.
I imagine.
It reminds me a little bit of my time with the doctor, but I suppose I'm ready.
All right. Well, just do what you gotta do, man. That's what I'm gonna say. I guess. Yeah. Do it. Get it. I don't know. I'm not good at pep talks. Okay, I'm usually allowed.
And he like nods at you confusedly and continues with his 2 guards.
So, and
When
then
he enters, oh, go ahead.
Celine's gonna like go the other way and run up the stairs and get a position.
Yeah, please do.
Like, cause can I like stand here? Cause there's guards up on either side.
Yeah, you
Or is
could
that
be
like down below?
you could be a floor above there. Yeah.
Yeah,
we
because I can still see down and like
Yeah.
if I really wanted to, I could theoretically jump down, though I won't.
Let's give you a little. Oops, not that button. We'll give you a little widget to show that you are above.
Like an up arrow.
Yeah, we'll just do that.
Yeah.
Do they have up arrows?
I
like,
didn't immediately see one. Oh wait, there's a bunch. Is there?
I could basically jump down into that if I really wanted to.
Yeah. There's not an up arrow. We'll just keep that weird little symbol that I put on her. Yeah. So you just kill Nabeen. They will. Oh, I guess they can just enter. They can enter through this door.
And when Welker enters the arena, I want to give him like a proud like warrior's nod to bolster his courage.
Yeah, and he notices you and nods back. The air goes still as Welker is led into the arena. And they lead him over sort of to this side where Lillian is. Okay, so quickly, do you want Nesgrin to be anywhere specific, Nacho? Or do you want to be with Lillian?
Where is the crowd? There is a crowd.
Most of the crowd is in the building, sort of pressed up against these interior windows that look into the courtyard. So there's like tons of people who have exited the courtyard but are looking in from these like hallways and rooms and stuff. And there are still a few people milling about in the courtyard, but the vast majority of them are sort of spread around this square looking into the courtyard.
And the guards are the
black circles
ones.
are the guards, and these two, they will leave the courtyard once the fight is going to start. These 4 are very obviously posted, around to stay there. And there would be 2 more that you don't know where they are, besides these 2. So the assumption is that they are sort of scattered throughout the crowd as well.
Yeah. So what I will do is go through the while the fight is going on, I will go around the crowd, and then when I see it coming to an end, I will try to get around here
Okay.
We'll go like I will start going through here and then going around and then finish here.
Okay. So we'll have you in the hallways when the fight starts, like that.
Yeah, I want to try to see if I can like boost the rumor or from last night. Like he came on his own free will, and why he will do that if he finds guilty. So he believes in this trial, and
Okay.
let's hope the Lord. What is the Lord? What is Mayor? What is him?
The Lord is right here.
Lord.
He's the dark
Okay.
purple, and the
Yeah, but
sun who is gonna fight
let's
is
hope.
this light purple. Or I think I did that
And
back.
Those are
what
opposites.
is
Yeah,
it?
yeah.
Really did.
I think
Yeah.
I'm colorblind.
Yeah.
I want to like if the orc wins, if the Lord will keep his word, and like posting
Okay.
that kind of message that if he doesn't keep his word, it will be dishonorable, and what will happen to you if he doesn't keep his word with this, and so on, so on, so on, trying to get the crowd. If the orc wins, get the crowd on our side,
Yeah.
just to be safe that he doesn't get killed.
Sure.
Yeah. And also looking for any guard with a crossbow or anything like that
Okay.
in the crowd.
Yeah, yeah.
That's my thoughts exactly.
Shot.
Absolutely. And Nabeen, do you want to be still in that room with the daughter, or are you planning to be somewhere specific?
No, I'm gonna stay there.
Okay. Um,
Are these two guards
Hostage.
over here up top?
no, they are on the ground, like
Okay.
on the south side.
Cool.
And
I'm really watching them since Hart and Lillian are by the other two.
yeah, so you can see that these four, they don't have ranged weapons. They're just in their armor with sword and shield sort of thing. And these guys don't also have ranged weapons. They're just chilling, doing their own thing.
Quick
Uh,
question. Quick question.
Go ahead.
What do you have anything on me? Because I don't have anything.
Yeah, so we will
Armor
assume
or
yeah, we will assume for this that you have leather armor, and that you have whatever like weapon you would normally take from like a fort supply. So whatever your character would use traditionally would have been provided to you when you left the fort. So
you
you're
will have
go ahead.
leather and pair of cestus
Yeah,
and
cestus is
bottom dagger.
yeah, perfect.
Leather was two, right?
Leather is 2, yep.
Brittlefist is such a good name for a weak dwarf boxer.
right.
That's actually cool as hell.
Yeah. I love that.
I didn't hear him.
He
Oh,
likes
I
your
said
name.
I liked it. Brittlefist, so cool.
Yeah, it was intended.
Yeah.
And since I don't see any of them with ranged weapons, I want to use Witch Sight.
Okay.
Ooh, that's so interesting.
Yeah, go ahead and roll that. And so while you're rolling that, these guards peel off and they go back inside. Oh, I don't want to move the whole ring.
I have my shield on, by the way, just in case it comes up. I don't normally use it, but I was also worried about crossbow bolts, so I want to be prepared to block.
Sure. And Savang Senior basically concludes his tirade because at this point he is ranting against Welker and listing his many what is the word, crimes and flaws, and how he's a monster unfit for society, and the name of Savang will be cleansed by this bout, and blah blah blah, just like total crazy person stuff. And he steps back and your focus sort of shifts to the eldest son, and he strikes an incredibly impressive figure in his fitted plate armor and his long, thin longsword and buckler, all of it glistening new metal, beautiful craftsmanship, and he holds himself like a professional soldier. He is every part an impressive and deadly individual.
Visage.
Yeah, which is very different than what you had seen of him previously, because he was kind of wearing these like, frou-frou, frilly, like military kind of uniform, kind of like dress sort of clothes. But in his element, he is a tall, kind of slender, plated, graceful, killing machine. You can tell just from the way he moves and holds himself. Which maybe kind of like is a bit of a surprise for some of you. And so they square off. Welker unshoulders his lance for his 2 right arms, and the son, Polani, he falls into a very practiced, balanced stance with his shield and longsword, and the air is just like completely stiflingly heavy as everybody in the whole estate goes quiet. And then it begins.
So how about that magic?
Oh yeah, so did you succeed? You succeeded.
I sure fucking did.
So as you scan the area, there's a lot of magic sort of coalescing around Welker.
Yup.
Because he is sort of a being infused with magic from the Witchstone and everything. But other than that, really not a lot going on. Like, every person that you sort of kind of look at is mundane besides Lillian. There's no like great concentration of magical energy in any, particular spot besides Welker. It's kind of weird because, you're definitely on edge for some kind of like subterfuge or underhanded tactics or something. And as far as you can tell, in the Winds of Magic, there's none of that is going on.
Is it like eerily no winds of magic or anything except Welker?
No. It is,
Okay.
you still get the wafts coming from the fallen
Okay.
star where Big Sar used to be. But yeah, it's all is normal except for the 3-armed orc in the arena.
All is
kick
quiet
off
on
this
the northern
site.
front.
Yep. So we're gonna do some condensed dice rolling.
Well,
Welker
Nick,
charges forward, letting out a bestial scream, raising the lance in his 2 right arms, and delivers a powerful blow, glancing through the semi-raised buckler of the sun and scoring immediately a very good hit on the sun. And the crowd erupts into noise.
gasps and
It's not like cheers, it's not like boos, it's like a mix, and there's gasping and screaming, and the sound of steel on steel echoes through the holy cow,
Jesus.
as Savang Jr. deftly parries and gives just as good as he got to Welker. So they both trade blows, parrying the worst of it from each other, and begin to sort of like circle around this center right area. And they are literally, according to the dice, perfectly matched in their ability to like hit and parry and attack each other. And it is the timeless test of brute strength versus cunning agility, where Savang Jr. is ducking lance blows that would decapitate an ox and deftly trying to, get longsword hits in, while Welker is using his just sheer imposingness to bat away attacks, and his third arm to, like Nate was saying, try and gain the advantage by grabbing the buckler and shoving and those things. And Topher, Hart, you are sort of right next to Savang Sr. and this guard. Savang Sr. is like stone. He is stoic, no emotion on his face. He almost looks like a cadaver. He is so drained of any like investment that he can muster at this point, and is just watching what's happening.
The eldest one?
Yeah, the dad next to you.
Okay.
But yeah, Savang Jr. took a good hit and is still fighting, still on his feet. They are, trading blows, sparks dancing across the dirt as, they steel on steel. And the fight appears sort of evenly matched at this point. Let's have... So, Nezgrin, you are sort of walking the halls looking at people, right? You might be muted.
So did the orc also swear before the start?
Yeah,
match?
so they have agreed to the honorable duel. If the orc wins, he is exiled and is not killed, and if the son wins, then obviously that's the end of the trial or whatever.
I also forgot to mention earlier, the orc actually made a divine vow to me that he would follow through on his word as well. I literally cast a spell to make a vow between the two.
Oath of fealty.
Vow of fealty.
Yeah, vow of fealty.
Yeah.
Welker the Orcs is under a vow of fealty to honor his side. If he wins, he will leave and not harass the people of this area anymore.
So I'll use that and to get the crowd on our side.
Okay,
he
so
make
you
a vow.
want to keep providing support.
Yeah, and he was like something like he's sufficient like a person or something like that to make a vow.
Yeah, has that
Conscious,
ability.
He's like
Yeah,
has that ability. He's not like some monster roaming around in everyone, and he came with his own free will and yada yada, trying to boost what the other guys
Okay.
did.
So do you think would that would probably be a charm at this point, because that
Yeah, more of a charm than a rumor. I would
yeah.
think.
So if you want to roll charm to like add credence to the sort of the opinion of the crowd as you're walking through, absolutely you can, because as you're walking through, you hear people as they're watching, they're talking about like, oh, like, this is, I expected a savage brute, and what we're seeing here is clearly a calculating, aware fighter, sort of going about things in a way that is very much unlike an orc. So if you want Nesgrin to be, convincing people like, yes, this is real, like you're seeing it right now, you can absolutely roll charm for that.
Yeah. Can I have like an extra or just?
We'll do plus 10, because people are sort of already swayed.
Okay, so I have an ability, a trait from the dwarf that I could change. I use instead of fellowship when I roll. When I roll fellowship-based skills, I can use my brawn
Ooh.
instead of fellowship.
Oh yeah,
That's
sure.
cool as hell.
Yeah.
I will just roll the fellowship arm skill and
Yeah.
compare to the
To the
brawn
brawn,
bonus.
for sure.
69.
And,
That's a critical
40.
success.
I thought we determined that if it would have already been a success, it's a critical success, or was.
Did we not?
Let
I
me
thought
look
we
at the
just
house
said
rule.
69 was
Let
the
me look at the
critical
house rule.
success.
I know it's part of a house rule. I just don't remember the
It
house
is
rule
part of a house
exactly.
What did we
Rule
determine?
69, roll to spend fortune point to count as critical.
Oh yes.
Spend
Yeah.
a point.
Okay. So, we created a house rule like 2 or 3 sessions ago that if you roll a 69, you may
Nice.
spend a fortune point to automatically count it as a critical success. Just because it's nice and very
Nice.
funny.
Nice.
So would
Wear
you
mixed
like
shirts.
to flip a fortune point to count that as a critical
Yeah.
success? Perfect.
Yeah, I'll use it. Yeah.
Might as well. We don't get them very often.
I totally forgot
Yeah.
about that.
I did too.
I saw that and it just clicked
Also-
immediately. I'm like, nice.
Nice. Can we get some
Also,
nice in the
I
chat,
did
please?
fail,
Can we get
so-
some nice.
Yeah. Yeah, so that's just a silly house rule
Hilarious.
that we
Yep.
implemented.
It's fun.
So yeah, so you're passing through the crowd, sort of adding your input, and people watching the fight and watching Welker do his thing, they're like, "Oh, this is not a normal orcs. This is very, very much like a knight would be." And so they are, you are swaying more and more people to your cause. Okay. So the battle continues. They clash again in a battle of to end all duels, and with a deft parry, Savang Jr. gets the upper hand and deals another pretty significant blow through Welker's armor. And you see as he circles around and adds a few more, superficial cuts to Welker, he is faltering a little bit. So the orc and the human clash again, and in this bout, Savang Jr. clearly has gotten the upper hand. And it it's not over yet. Welker is holding his own and dealing, hit here and there, but definitely has shifted toward Savang Jr.
Has there been any change in demeanor from Leilana throughout this?
She is watching, and you can see that even sort of to her like untrained eye, that this latest bout, she kind of gets a shadow of a smile across her face as she watches her brother begin to exercise his his skills.
Nothing further.
Selena's very angry right now and confused and looking over at Lillian a lot.
Yeah, I'm looking back at you like, this seems really dubious that, like, this must be master swordsman is able to, out damage this guy. Like, even if he's landing hits, the orc should have substantially more constitution and ability to take blows than him.
Because the guy never looked like he looked like fit, but he never looked like he was some ripped monstrosity of a man, right?
He's human.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's
not
exactly.
He's not made of,
he's like a
steel.
he's like a mid-30s guy in his prime.
Yeah.
Or maybe like just outside of his prime. But yeah, he again, it's not like a conclusive advantage.
Yeah. Oh, I know, but Celine's still pissed because she's like, how is this happening right now?
Yeah. It's almost like it's just coming down to 2 dice rolls, and he's just getting lucky.
It would definitely seem that way.
That starts a "This is awesome" chant.
I like that. Do a wave through the.
We'll invent a wave.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly it.
Okay, and the fight continues. And this is more of an even footing. So they are clashing and parrying and striking. Welker gets a good third arm punch in, just as the same as Savang Jr. stabs through Welker's foot on the ground. And it just continues sort of without again like a clear a clear like decisive stroke or anything like that. And they circle around again, sort of ending up on the same sides that they had started. And I need Nesgrin, I need an awareness from you. And Celine, I need an awareness from you.
Okay. Any bonus?
Not for you, and not for Nesgrin.
Hell yeah, Nesgrin. Hell yeah. I missed mine.
And Lillian, I need an awareness from you at -20.
Oh, don't worry. I'm already. This is like impossible, by the way.
Good.
The chances of this are tiny.
69.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, you're bad at this.
Awareness is anything. Perception is my worst stat.
Mm-hmm.
So Nesgrin, as you walk the halls and are sort of talking to people, you come around to this far eastern side. Over here, where your yellow dot is. And you're sort of scanning the crowd and talking to people as you go through and everything. And you come over to this weird, like bunch of people. And they're standing pretty like shoulder to shoulder, and the reason you notice is because it's like very oddly close together. It's like this little pocket of people around a window, and they're like kind of watching the fight, but they're also kind of like looking over their shoulders, and it very much sticks out as weird to you.
So I will take advantage of that. I look like a small child.
Okay.
No, not if they see my face. If they see my face, I'm done. But
Yeah.
get covered up because I look a small child, but I'm actually elderly for a dwarf. I'm
Okay.
very old.
So you,
I will try.
Oh.
Yeah. I will hide my face.
okay.
I will try approach to see what they're up to.
Yeah. So as you approach, let's say that you see. Oops! Don't bring the door with you.
This is that
Why not?
damn
That's
assassination attempt.
It's very,
I
very
know it.
useful to take a door with me.
That's what I'm thinking too. I'm starting to wonder
Um,
if these guys are actually playing fair, and it's the other side who's not gonna.
Mm,
Is there a
You
chair?
you see, sort of like you can like look between the legs of people probably because you're like 4 feet tall, right?
I'm 4'4".
4'4". Okay, so like
I'm 80 pounds.
yeah.
It's like,
So let's say that you see that in the middle of this like gaggle of people, there are 2 people with crossbows pointed out this window in this direction. And they like notice you kind of like looking. You're going to try and like make them not notice you by like pretending to be a child.
there a crowd around there, or they're alone?
There's like scattered people sort of lining this wall. Kind of like, just sort of standing here watching and stuff. But this group that you approached stood out because they're very much intentionally like shielding the 2 guys with crossbows to prevent anybody from like sort of looking over and being like, oh, those guys have crossbows.
So what I will do is, oh look, those guys have crossbows.
And
Out.
so the guys like immediately next to you on this side, they like turn to you and they like grab you, and basically like kind of begin to beat the crap out of you. And at this point, 2 crossbow bolts.
Don't beat me, I'm a child.
You can roll guile. Give me guile real quick, and we'll see. We'll just do a flat guile.
Clarification while he's doing that. Are all of the people very obviously guarding those 2 people? Like,
No.
I know Nab can't see this, but
It is just
So if you-
like a gaggle, making a semicircle.
it's those damn resistance folks.
Probably.
So yeah, they
gonna
like
try and
they
make
like
the argument that maybe the crowd could hear that and be like, "What the hell? Why
Yeah,
are
so-
these guys?"
so they grab Nesgrin and sort of like rough you up a little bit, and then you're like, "Stop! I'm just a child!" And they shove you.
Don't hit me, please don't hit me.
Yeah,
Please,
they
stop it.
they like shove you out.
I get the chance, I hit him in the balls.
Okay. Yeah, you can roll
Block one.
as they're
That's fair.
shoving you. Roll your simple melee real quick.
I don't want to imagine a cestus to the
Nailed it.
balls.
Yeah, so you
Oh,
they shove you out of the
Bopping.
way. As you like bop them in the balls, and they say, "Get the fuck out of here, kid! You don't know what you're doing." As
Don't shoot with the crossbow.
and people are like looking now. They're like looking at you, and they're like looking at this group. And
Did I spin it that they're trying to betray the Lord?
we don't know yet.
Is
Does you
any
have
of this
So
loud enough for people throughout the arena to
so
hear it?
I'm right below this group. Do I hear anything? Should I roll an awareness?
Give me an eavesdrop heart. Heart would be the only one who would be like even close enough to give like a
Oh. Every time.
yep.
I even changed the color of my dice, guys.
or Topher.
All right. And all right.
Ah,
So 2 crossbow
You're
bolts.
cheating.
I'm not cheating.
This is ridiculous.
Zweihander is like the only game where I can't cheat. Like it literally tells you in the book, like, don't ever hide any dice rolls. 2 crossbow bolts fly out. One strikes Lord Savang in the back, and the second strikes Savang
right next to me.
Jr. in the back. And as the crossbow bolt strikes him in the back, he like lurches forward and stumbles a little bit as Welker is winding up a strike,
Oh Jesus!
and he lays out Savang Jr. sort of in like a accidental 1-2 punch where the crossbow bolt like stumbles him forward and Welker just like blasts him right in the chest with the lance. And he sprawls out on the ground and just like chaos erupts. As Lord Savang like stumbles to a knee next to you, Hart, and begins like bleeding from this crossbow bolt wound in his back. And Welker like lets out this roar of like, "Who dares trouble the duel?" And Nesgrin, you see that this group of people right here, they have turned from like a sort of visual shield into like actual like blockers, because some of these people are trying to like rush in and like grab the crossbows and stuff. And so they're like acting as literal like defensive linemen, holding people back as these 2 guys are reloading the crossbows. And everybody, all of you, no matter where you are, see where the bolts come from, and who they hit. And, Celine, you're up here. You can literally look over into the window and see, 2 guys frantically loading crossbows to fire again.
So the moment Celine gets the chance, she, especially if Wellcar doesn't realize it, she's gonna call out to him and be like, "Wellcar!" and just point directly at them. Because the only side she's on is her own and Wellcar's.
Yeah, so he notices, you see him look up there and just like rage on his face. What
Do
is
we need to roll initiative for movements at this point?
We won't do initiative. This will be a little bit more freeform because it's not
Okay.
necessarily combat. It's more pandemonium.
Hart kneels down to the Lord to like act like he's gonna help him.
Okay.
Like,
Yeah.
he kneels down to examine his wounds and that sort of thing.
Drag him out of there. Hart, I'll jump up on the arena. Hart, get him out of here, and I'll run to cover.
I'm gonna
the
drag
Lord
him
with
back,
my
like-
shield.
If I drag him back behind us, am I like under their like where they can aim?
It's like a flush surface, so you would be like harder to aim at, but they could like lean over.
What if I dragged him into a tent?
Yeah, so you could like try and get him inside something.
All right, I'm gonna drag him into a tent. Is there anybody in there with me?
At this point, people have kind of like scattered a little bit. You and the guard, let's say this guy that you worked with, dragged the Lord into this fairly large tent. And he looks at you and he's like, "Did you have anything to do with this? I swear to God, I'll gut you right here."
I knew nothing of this, or I wouldn't have been standing so close to him.
And he scrutinizes you. And he believes you, because obviously you're not lying, but and yeah, so
I'm gonna yell at him, find out what's going on.
And he's like, "I need to help Lord Savang. I'm best served here." And
I've got him. Find out what's going on.
Help me with his wounds first, at least. And you can assist him on a heal roll if you want. Next to you, Nabeen, the sister lets out a gasp as she sees, and she turns to you, and she's like, "You wretches, what have you done?"
This is Noslas.
And I'm gonna
Get a
yell at the
stop
guard to
there.
say, get out there and find his daughter.
And I'm gonna be trying to convince her to get the hell out of here because it's not safe. And trying to kind of hurry her away from all of this.
Okay. Yeah, so these guards run up to sort of where Lillian is, and it's pretty clear that they think at first that you're gonna like coup de grace him.
Yeah.
And so then you like dive in front of them, and they're coming up to like slash you, and then they're like, "Oh wait, crossbows," and they sort of like form up with you a little bit. Actually, probably.
I'll tell the one behind me to grab the body while the rest of us phalanx him out to the door.
Yeah, so they'll start dragging him away. And as you're moving, Welker fucking like beast man charges, jumps up. Let's roll.
I fucking knew it.
Let's roll dice for this.
Yeah.
Did you see my intimidate? I don't know if you wanted to handle that now or later.
Yeah, so he'll look at you sort of witheringly, but he takes off and he sees these guys and he's like, "Where's the daughter?" And one of them's like, "She's in there." And so he runs in under Celine.
Don't mind me, Celine's busy casting spells, so that's why I typed that in the order I'm doing it in. Okay, she's buffed.
Okay. Yeah, so Welker like two-step like lunges up a wagon into the third or the second story window. We need him to be in front.
Can I do that?
You can try, because you saw him do it where there's like it was still pretty like superhuman-y, but there's like some wagons and shit pushed up against the wall here. And he just like and like jumps through the second story window.
Is this like a challenging athletics or something?
Yeah, it would be like athletics -20.
Oh, so hard. I probably shouldn't try that.
Yeah, he got an
It would
8.
be very cool.
Yeah.
It would be very cool though.
So he's very good at
You
this,
try, and you
and
just
he
get
also
face
got an
planted
8.
against the wall.
Celine's gonna make her way over there, so.
And where you are, Nesgrin, you know, where it was kind of like chaos as people are like trying to push into this group, the whole like crowd of people explodes outward as Welker literally like bowling ball into this group with the crossbows and just like scatters people with swings of his lance. And you see like a severed hand goes like flying over the crowd near you. And Welker is just screaming, you know, bloody murder and the price of honor and all of this like knightly stuff.
Celine is going to scream at him, "Don't kill anyone without a weapon!"
It's
I assume he would do that, but
yeah, it's unclear if he heard you or not.
yeah, she'll keep going. She's gonna get up there with him, so.
So I want to
I'll-
snap the Lord's neck.
Oh, God. I figured that this would be something like that.
Gosh.
What you were doing? Holy shit!
Okay, so before we do that, what were you gonna do, Nesgrin?
I'm going to hit one of those guys fighting the other guy.
Okay,
One with the crossbow. The one doing the shielding.
yeah. So you're gonna come in on
the
this other
people.
side and start giving it
and
to
try
him.
yeah, so let the people try to get more inside.
Yeah. So the regular people are like definitely
Playing.
fucking off.
Yeah, they're out.
Yeah, cause Welker is just like a force of nature, coming up here, and so they're scattering and screaming and running away, and then this group is here. We'll give them individual squares, or maybe not totally individual, but they, where they were sort of a unified front, have now become scattered and afraid with these two crossbow guys in the middle. Yeah. So yeah, go ahead and roll your simple melee. And we'll take that roll sort of as your not quite.
Oh, who were you talking to?
That was Nesgrin for the
sorry.
simple melee. Yeah, so they kind of turn around, and some of them are realizing that you're not a child. What is your damage threshold with the leather armor?
8.
So you take so you take 7 points of damage, which doesn't exceed your damage
Fine.
threshold.
Damn, tanky. For a
Um,
frail old man.
yeah, woman.
So I have
Woman,
martial,
God, now I'm doing it.
Yeah, you
I
monster.
blame all of you.
so I have martial melee on heart. So would I use that for attempting to break the Lord's neck?
He is like, he has the mechanical condition helpless.
Which means you can coup de grace.
You can coup de grace him however you want. He's
So I want to, as unnoticeably as I can, I want to snap his neck.
okay. So give me medicine as your
Medicine.
like
Heal.
yeah heal.
Heal?
Sorry.
So I don't have heal as a skill. It's a trained skill.
Then you have to flip the results if you do that one.
Yeah, so to hide the evidence, like, if you're thinking like, oh, they're gonna like scrutinize this body once everything is cooled down, to like hide the evidence, I would say roll heal, flip the results to fail, to be like, okay, how do I break the neck? That does it.
Fucking made it.
That
Holy shit.
Is one of the very few rolls that would succeed.
Topher, you came through.
So I want to break his neck carefully.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
And then I want to bandage his wounds and place him on the bedroll in the tent.
All right. Yeah.
And then
so
I want
you
to draw my weapons and I want to run upstairs close to where Nacho is, as if I'm going to help.
Okay, so before all of those things, he's like eye rolling, tears coming down his face. He looks at you and he grabs your forearm right before you break his neck, and he's like, "Did Polani do it? Is the monster dead?" And then you break his neck.
So then I'll bandage him up as if I was taking care of his wounds. I'll place him on whatever bedroll is in the tent.
Perfect.
Might work out for the
I'll
best
draw
in the
my
long run.
demi-lance and my shield, and I'll run up to where the group of individuals is with Nacho.
Okay. Nabeen. The guard comes in and grabs, or like sort of attends to the daughter, and she asks him. She's like, "Oh, did these guys do it? Did they kill brother and father?" And he is the one that made friends with Hart. And so he actually says, he's like, "No, they, it's in the window. It's some of the
Hard.
it's some of the ruffians.
Fucked.
The damn peasants are trying to stage a revolution." And he tells her, "We must get to safety," and takes her this way. And as they're exiting, he turns to you and he says, "If you can do anything at all to help this family, the surveying house would be in your debt."
We'll see what we can do.
So go ahead.
I was just gonna say, and I'm gonna make my way towards where everyone else is.
Yeah, so I would say that as that happens, Hart comes running in from the tent, from the courtyard, weapons in hand, and you two can exchange knowing glances, or Hart can say something, but you both know where you need to go for this. Lillian. Let's see. So you are with the group dragging and protecting. Let's give me high or low.
High.
Okay. As you are dragging, or as you are like phalanxing with these guys, another crossbow bolt flies sort of wildly from the window. And you can tell that it would have struck Savang Jr. had you not intervened with your shield. So it sort of, there's like chaos and melee going on in here, and there's the twang and the thwip of the bolt, and it pings off your shield.
It's wood, so it's just...
Oh yeah, so it like clunks into your shield. You feel the recoil of the bolt hitting into you.
Can I do a huge ass inspiring words?
Absolutely.
And it's just gonna be barking orders, just like, rally the troops, seal up the floor, surround them, don't let any of them get away. Just like one of these, just like, sort of militaristic barking orders.
Damn it.
And since I am not injured, I get a bonus.
I love you, Nate.
Into this, or is it 20?
It should be just 10.
Let me take a quick look. I know you get a bonus based on how healthy you are.
Yeah.
That's under perilous stunts, isn't it? No, it's not. Where is it?
Yeah,
Inspiring
not
words.
specials.
Yeah, special ability, special action.
It's been too long. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to slow you guys down.
So yeah, while
harm.
he's looking that up, Nabeen and Hart.
Oh, it is plus 20. If I'm unharmed.
Okay. So Nabeen, Hart, and Celine sort of round this corner at roughly the same time. Where
I would be there first with hastes going on.
Oh yeah, so you've got haste. So you come around the corner.
Thank you.
I affect 15 people with this, by the way.
Oh yeah. So you sort of taken command, and the guards are like, okay, yeah, like we need to be organized. Might as well listen to this person right now. And so you all successfully move the brother
into the office.
Yeah, and you sort of follow this group, all of you, into the office. And they begin tending to the wounds and everything.
I'll do heal.
Yeah, so Celine, you come around the corner, and Welker is just going to town. he is, even in his semi-wounded state, just like
slaughtering
yeah,
these untrained
slaughtering
people.
and like blocking hits and throwing like these ruffians. And on the other side, you see your new companion Nesgrin is going toe to toe with Cestus and like taking club hits, and they all of them have produced like very roughshod weapons that have been made out of chair legs and stuff. Yeah, and so Welker is just like scything through them. What would you like to do?
Selene is going to try and stop this a bit. I mean, she's all for Welker butchering him, but she's gonna try and mediate and damage control. She's gonna scream like, "Everybody, drop your goddamn weapons, or he's gonna kill you!"
All right, yeah, do intimidate.
I mean that, or
Or-
like I don't know what else it would be.
Or
Let's see.
I guess charm. Charm doesn't seem like super applicable.
There's not really much, honestly.
Bargain.
I could
It's an exchange.
see bargain.
No, we're not doing bargain. I actually have to flip bargains because I'm
Yeah.
debt-ridden
Okay.
and don't know how to bargain.
Oh,
So we're
right.
just gonna do intimidate because it's basically the same as if I rolled charm.
All right.
Come on, spooky surprise!
Oh my god.
Hey.
That's 2 for tonight. I will
The-
not be like this for weeks, months maybe.
So the bond between Welker and Selene shows through as Selene hastes into the hallway and shouts, "Drop your weapons and he won't hurt you." And you see that he is like, again, in that like scorpion pose with the 2 arms on the lance, and like mid thrust towards a guy who like raises his hands and drops his club, and the bloody point of the lance like stops like an inch from the between his eyes, and he visibly soils himself and runs away. And at that, the crowd of ruffians drops their weapons and backs away slowly from where Welker is. And you can see the extent of the carnage. The 2 crossbow guys are bisected and missing limbs, and a third, truncheon dude has been run through and is bleeding out on the floor. And Welker, stands there, heavy breathing, covered in blood and gore.
Yeah.
And he says, "You don't dare, sully the sanctity of a duel." And with that, guards.
I'm gonna go in with the guards and try and find the leader.
I'm just gonna stick with Welker basically. So
Yeah. When I come in, I'll clap you on the back hard and give you a proud, knowing look.
Yeah, so
He's like,
a
don't
guard
look at me
comes
like
in.
that. I did this for him and me.
A guard comes
I
in
look over
with
him, give him the same look.
with Lillian, and 2 come in from the southern door, and they make short work of tying and manacling and beating these scattered sort of dissenters. And you see that among them is Ollie, and he's not dead. So 2 crossbowmen and the third, henchman were not Ollie. But Ollie is one of these, surviving but injured saboteurs or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And they are all, rounded up by the guards and you guys and brought to the center of the center of the courtyard. And with that, we can sort of summarize the ending. So we have a gang of criminals rounded up, and so the body of Lord Savang Sr. is discovered in the tent. And what do you say to your friend Topher when he comes up to you and he says, "What happened? You know, I left Lord Savang with you, and you bandaged his wounds."
I dressed his wounds and left him upon the bedroll and ran to see if I could stop the carnage.
And he shakes his head and he says, I sorely wish that you would have stayed with him. It might have made a difference, but I suppose at his age and with a wound like that, there's no telling what can happen. And Topher Hart just smiles at him. He's like,
it's creepy. Anything could have happened to him.
Hart just solemnly bows his head.
And so, striding from the State House comes the imposing figure of none other than Leilana Savang. And you can tell that her face is tear-streaked and, aghast at what has happened. But she enters the courtyard and announces to everybody that I fucking forgot his name. Polani Savang is not dead, but is severely wounded, and will need many.
I should go check on it.
many, a great deal of time to recover.
Let's not. One is enough.
And she immediately takes command of the household, orders all 8 traitors to be killed by hanging, their bodies to be displayed on the outside of the estate as a warning to all who might plot against their saviors. She instructs the sash bearers to take their beast and leave. And she doesn't want to see their faces ever again. But if the government and military of Lumerlin insists upon
Protecting and saving their people,
encroaching on this area, she resolves that she has no choice but to capitulate at this point, with her father dead and the eldest son hospitalized for a great deal of time.
This bitch.
And chaos among the peasants, and just general chaos, or general upheaval among the estate. She promises to keep housing the refugees, but to have a much stricter enforcement on what's going on.
Don't worry. We'll have a talk with the captain about it when we get back.
Nat just kind of shakes her head. She's like, "So you're just going to become a worse version of your father? And this is why these people had this uprising. Why are you nobles not capable of realizing this?"
They don't know what it's like to be in their shoes.
We don't.
Yeah, and she effectively brushes off your accusation or correct assessment of her behavior.
I'm gonna spit on her.
Spit on her. And she says, I expect you Sash Bearers and your monster to leave as soon as possible.
And
All
I
we did
expect
was-
you'll have.
Sorry, continue.
Go ahead.
All we did was do what Daddy asked.
Jesus Christ, guys.
And I expect you'll
Who's
have
this?
even more to deal with now that we're leaving. The way I see it, we just saved your ass. But hey,
And she says the only reason you aren't joining the conspirators on the gallows is because of what you did.
and the only reason you're not joining your father in the grave is because we were here.
And she says, I acknowledge that, but I cannot stomach your presence in my estate any longer.
And that's fine, but do better by your people, and maybe you won't have this kind of terrible uprising again. Back in '88.
And she looks at you, and you can tell she's about to like say something scathing, but decides to just breathe it out and walk away.
Fucking coward.
You gotta
And so
stop trying to convince these people. It doesn't work. They're dumb.
Well, the problem is
He has your
they
reasons.
think they're the smartest
I'm sure.
people in the world.
oh, I didn't mean to delete that.
Nobility.
Honeycomb big.
Sure glad I'm not one of those.
That would be rough.
That would be rough.
So yeah, the guards will escort you out. It is near the like mid-afternoon of the day of after the fight and the chaos. The five of you, Hart and the Mean Girls plus Welker, exit Savang Estate, having kind of accomplished your goal a little bit.
Got Welker to join the Sash Bearers.
I don't think that would work very well.
Look, I thought
He's a criminal who should be in jail.
No, I mean, he survived trial by combat.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's technically innocent now.
I don't know. Combat was interrupted.
Yeah, so you can tell from his demeanor that he's
not
kind of
happy about it.
like sad or like maybe a little disappointed.
Yeah,
that-
because he wanted to finish the battle honorably.
Yeah, so that
Absolutely.
the sort of, as he says, the sanctity of the duel, this honorable exchange of blows was interrupted by
Was
an outside
besmirched.
party. Yeah, it was sullied. And so he's maybe not quite convinced of his innocence, but he honors the side of his side of the deal, the vow of fealty, and all of that.
I think we all think you would have won, Welker.
better have. It made no sense human keeping up with this freaking guy.
Yeah, and Welker is like, it surprised me how the most man things crush easily. And
Surprised me how deftly he handled his sword.
yeah, exactly. And yeah, so he resolves to take him and his brood and leave this area. He does ask if you could point him in the direction of
Yeah.
Korna.
Yes.
And then he asks Celine to handle his sword.
No, he doesn't understand. I tried.
Head east and look for a magic tower. We'll get some more directions. We'll tell her that you're looking for her, and she can help look for you.
Tell Corna I said hi. I miss her.
We'll write her some letters. We know how to write letters to Korna.
And
We need to make sure we send them all before we get back to the fort.
Can we
though.
make ink out of the black mats? Wait.
No,
Holy
fuck
shit.
you. First
That would
off,
be
you can't be
wild.
talking about
that is an amazing
in front of
idea.
A weird person that I don't know that might shank me.
Do you shank people? Nesgrin, do you shank people? We need to know. It's a very telling silence.
No shanking from Nacho.
What? Sorry.
They were wondering if you're gonna stab them for having magical bad stuff.
First off, if somebody reveals that to them, Celine's gonna have a fucking bone to pick with them.
Yeah, I don't think any of us would reveal that to a stranger.
Second off,
No, I
Celine
don't.
does have serious concerns about this person stabbing her.
You have concerns
no,
about
they-
everybody you don't know.
Yeah.
They don't have a knife, do they? I mean, they just got the
Look.
little punchy boys.
Well, then punch me, whatever. All I'm saying is, the last one said they didn't mean to do it, yet they did.
I'm not going to stab you.
That's what
Nice.
the last
See,
one said they didn't mean
That
to.
smile doesn't give me a lot of
Yeah,
confidence.
I mean, but
What
saying I'm not gonna
what are the
stab
odds?
you before the fact is better than saying I didn't mean to after the fact.
Is it?
True.
Is
No,
it?
I think it's
I
worse.
agree.
Also,
Is it invisible
Also-
voice in the sky?
I think it's
what
worse.
are
I was
What
just
are
about
the
to say
probabilities?
Nablis.
two persons saying that they won't stab you and both stab you? Very
Yeah.
slim. You already got a stab. It's like
Yeah, so what's getting
To the countryside.
I'm gonna go sleep with the rats. You guys can sleep with the new person.
So we
I need a
will
rat anyways.
conclude episode 12 there.
With a pop quiz.
Um,
Hunter, what is the name of my pony?
the name of your pony is
Oh, I know this.
Benedict's
Whispering
Bandersnatch.
Midnight.
You're
What was
half
it?
right.
Midnight something.
It's laughing midnight.
Laughing
Laughing
Midnight.
Midnight.
I said whispering. Yep, Laughing Midnight.
Failure.
Yeah. So the ordeal of the Orcs Night was resolved fairly okay. A few more people died than I expected to,
And no one
For
will
the Lord.
ever know.
but I
what
suppose so. I shouldn't say that.
Their fault.
Yeah.
I mean, we could have just murdered the whole family and the guards. I feel like we did. Well, I guess they executed them, but for what we did the best we could.
Oh yeah. You absolutely handled that very well.
I feel like that was one of the best possible outcomes we could have gone without just murdering one side or the other.
Yep.
It is nice to not be murder hobos sometimes.
I mean, we've
Look,
done a
I
really good
prefer
job
not
of
to
not
be
Speak
murdering.
for yourself.
I want to go ahead and point out for everybody watching, this is the second time in a game that Topher has. No, this is deja vu. When we played D&D 3.5, there was a time when there was a second wounded guy in a tent that Topher was like, "Oh, I'm gonna stay behind and help him real quick." And so the party went on, and Topher fucking murdered this guy in the tent. And then this literally just happened again in this session where Topher's like, "Oh, you go and help somebody. I'll
So
help
this
him."
isn't RP as much as it is a
Topher
fetish.
is a serial killer. This is Topher's MO. We figured it out.
Oh god.
Listen, Hart thought that the guy was evil. And
No,
was
you're not
scared.
wrong. It's just like so.
Yeah, I just wasn't ready for it
Yeah, it's
at
just
all.
it's so remarkably similar to
And
the
none
time.
of you know what I did.
Yeah.
Nope. No one will ever know. I told you, demons in the blood.
You know, this will be like 12 sessions from now when we're all like starting our third characters and my character starts to become the Pope and
Yeah.
then I find out that my right hand
So
man
behind.
has been murdering innocent people the whole time.
No, you're
Well, no,
thinking
no.
about this all wrong. I've been doing what I needed
God's
to
work.
protect you.
Oh,
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Well, and
He's
it's
doing God's work.
no, and
Doing
and
God's
what it's
work.
gonna be is you're gonna discover that a very suspicious string of injured people dying in
Intense.
tents
Yeah.
is gonna follow you everywhere you go.
Well, it's gonna be like we'll be at war, right?
my
So there'll be
God.
the whole medical tents.
Yeah,
Just
Topher's just like
ripping
shaking people in tents.
Like, we've got, hundreds of people have died over the course of the last 3 weeks in medical tents, and
No,
we
just-
can't trace it back to anyone.
Just wait till I start secretly whispering the GM, asking if there's like medical transcripts
Yeah,
books
it's like-
around. so that I learn how to like inject air into IVs.
Oh
Yeah,
my
yeah.
God.
Jesus Christ.
I love it.
I'm just saying, I'm a little concerned, Topher.
Just poke a hole in the bag and blow into it, Topher.
Yeah.
At this point, we're not concerned about heart.
Yeah, this is more of like a personal thing of like, do I need to be like checking tents in the Florida area for like dead people?
There's a lot of dead people in tents down here. I'm telling you.
Yep,
Yeah. Well, that's just because the hospitals are overfull.
that's true.
I draw all my inspiration from real life events.
Yep.
Campion's really big here. I'm just saying, you could.
Oh,
There's
man.
this kid at Jimmy John's, and you could
Oh my God.
Wait,
Yeah.
wait, doesn't Matt like camp for a living? Like
He lives in a
Yeah, but it's a
camper.
camper. Doesn't
Yeah.
count. It's not a tent.
Yeah. It is a wee bit different, you know.
Well, yeah, awesome. Thank you guys for playing. Thank everybody. Thank you for watching.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
Oh, man.
This has been episode 12 of Scarlet
did it.
Sash Stories, brought
Wait,
to
that
you.
wasn't ours.
Yeah,
Oh, was ours Fiends?
it's Fiends. Yeah.
Ah, I did it.
Brought to you by Fiends and Friends, a RPG gaming collective aiming to bring you wonderful shows every week, plus a bunch of other really cool content. And we have a Discord. We've got every possible social media you could possibly think of.
Check us out on
And
MySpace.
we should make a MySpace. Holy shit. That's a good idea.
We'll bring it back.
check us out on
Yes.
6 Degrees.
6 degrees. Farmers only, you know.
Yeah.
got
eHarmony.
guilds and all of the big games.
eHarmony. But yeah, so tune in next Friday. Well, actually, tune in next Wednesday at
Tune in
9
tomorrow.
o'clock. Tune in tomorrow. Yeah, we're doing Pinehaven. We've got so much shit coming up. So
Those
yeah.
aren't on Zweihander, that's on Fiends and Friends.
Yeah.
Twitch.
So
for clarification.
for this show, we are partnered with Zweihander RPG, and we stream on their
Find us on
official.
LinkedIn, Matt said.
we use their official channel.
See you guys tonight on Match.
Yeah. But for most of our other shows, we are on our own Fiends and Friends Twitch channel, which you can search.
Yeah.
You can find it by searching Fiends and Friends on Twitch, and we will come up, and you should give us a follow. We've got, like, a bunch of shit
There's
coming.
a link to the Twitch through Patreon if you follow that.
Exactly.
If you go to that I posted.
So yeah, we've got all kinds.
Make sure you're
No, I
following
think
us
it
on
is.
Twitter and Instagram as well.
I think it is Fiends
is-
and Friends.
Yeah,
Like,
go to
spelled
the
out.
Patreon. It's got the proper link.
Yeah.
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 Fiends and Friends?
No,
well,
it's-
Fiends
it's-
dot and dot Friends is our Twitter and Instagram handle.
I got this done.
Yeah, if you check out the Discord, it's got all our socials.
Yeah. Do that.
Discord has our socials.
Yeah.
Yeah,
come
join
chat
the
with us.
Discord.
Yeah.
Come be nerds with us.
Ask us what kind of shows you want, or tell us what kind of shows you want to see in the future.
Yeah, we're gonna have community polls, and we're gonna have like monster stat blocks, and we're gonna have probably like one-shot adventures that we write and produce, and just like all kinds of really neat shit. And all of these people are wonderful. I don't know if you can tell just by watching us play games, but everyone here is super cool.
Yeah, don't forget the Snapchat, Matt said.
And we do have a Snapchat, which I think is hilarious. Which you can get, you know, feet pictures and Twitch notifications when we go live and that sort of thing.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Sorry to disappoint, but it's not my feet, guys. Maybe next time.
But yeah, so we have drug out this closing
No bug
remarks
shows.
a whole lot, and we are going to end the stream here and say that we love you and have a wonderful night.
See you tomorrow.
Bye.
Yep. See you
Bye.
tomorrow on Fiends and Friends, twitchtv.com.
Ah.